strengthen our hope, enlighten our understanding, and enlarge our charity to one another. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. To the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
This House is in session. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, November 7, 2023 to be deferred. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be deferred.
The questions that the aforementioned minutes be deferred. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Announcements by Your Honour, Mr. Speaker.
Do you want me to do that? Right. On the 11th of October, 2023, I was informed that the manager of Parliament's museum and 2 employees went to the museum to collect a wooden ballot box to show to students who were scheduled to visit Parliament, when it was discovered that some items were missing from the museum. The Barbados Police Service were immediately contacted and investigations commenced. On the 14th of October, 2023, I requested a report from the Clerk of Parliament and also a report from Mr. Randy Allen and Mr. Errol Walcott, persons who had access to the museum and the video footage. The following items were reported missing. 1, a briefcase of Sir Grantley Adams. 2 armorial badges. 3, a flintlock pistol and 2 cutlasses. 4, a royal blue jacket, black bow tie, and yellow cummerbund worn by the late Errol Barrow for independence. 5, leather boots of the late Honourable Errol Barrow. 6, ceramic cup of Samuel Jackman Prescott. 7, a conch shell. 8, black and white tobacco case with pipe on the inside. 9, a bugle. 10, a rebate plain, 3 hand drills and an awl. 11, the police belt buckle from the 1937 riots. 12, the ring on Sir Frank Walker's icon. And 13, the Gary Sorber's icon graffiti, "Clean Me Boss." I received the report from the Clerk of Parliament on the 22nd of October, Randy Allen's report on the 23rd of October, and Errol Walcott's report on the 24th of October. These reports were forwarded to the Barbados Police Service. On the 23rd of October, I met with the Senior Superintendent of the Bridgetown Division to ascertain what stage they were at relative to the investigations. I have been in constant contact with the police since then, and I last spoke to the superintendent on the 6th of November. I have been informed that the fingerprints results are back, and I expect soon that the police would give an update to the public and the steers at the investigations that because the footage has shown a particular person that is known to the police. That is the report as it relates to the missing items from the Barbados Museum. Message from the Honourable the Senate to the Honourable the House of Assembly. The Honourable the Senate has the honour to inform the Honourable the House of Assembly that I sitting on Wednesday, 8th November 2023, the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2023 was amended in terms as cited below. Clause 4, subsection A was amended by deleting the word physical appearing in the last paragraph. And the Honourable the Senate transmits the amended bill to the Honourable the House of Assembly, inviting concurrence in the amendment to the bill, dated 8th day of November 2023, signed by the President.
Messages from Her Excellency the President. Petitions. Papers.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to lead the medium-term debt management strategy 2023 to 2024 to 2025 to 2026, as well as the Barbados Physical Development Plan Amendment, October 2023.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Speaker, I beg to give notice of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Land Acquisition Act, Cap 228, the compulsory acquisition by the state of parcels of land situate at Work Hall in the parish of St. Philip in this island, and more particularly described in the schedules for the public purpose of regularizing a squatters' housing area.
Private members' notices. Notices of questions. Reports from select committees, first readings of bills, statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motion for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 6, 16, 18, 20, Section 42, subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Government business, sir.
Government business is the order of the day.
No. Order number 9, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to resume the debate on the second reading of the Debt, Natural Disaster and Pandemic Deferment of Payment Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023.
Honourable Member for Christchurch, West Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to add my voice to this very important debate. And it would be remiss of me as the person who has lead responsibility to ensure that our biosphere as we know it is protected, that which we have near to our hearts, our ecosystems in this country, that those systems are protected as well, and that we do our best to ensure the survival of this little country as we know it. Mr. Speaker, the world over is faced with a triple planetary crisis. I refer to it as the three horsemen of the apocalypse. And I make really no apology by saying so. We are faced with the loss of biodiversity, the climate change phenomenon as we know it. And Mr. Speaker, last but not least, the pollution. In combination, the three of those things, Mr. Speaker, could destroy life as we know it. And Mr. Speaker, sir, what we have experienced in real time over the last couple of years is enough to bring a level of understanding to those doubtful Thomases, if you call it that. Those persons who believe that climate change was just a misnomer. And it is not real. I've heard it from the mouths of presidents overseas. It is just a joke. It's people, the scientists trying to bring relevance to themselves. All types of things we heard about climate change. But we are living proof as to the realities of climate change, the realities that we are faced with because of excessive pollution, whether on the land or in our ocean, and of course, biodiversity loss. You will have heard me exposed in his same August chamber the importance of preserving our biodiversity. I have said already, and I have created a maxim that I think can go beyond its shores. Life started on this planet with the biodiversity. It would end abruptly without it. This is the reality that we are faced with. And Mr. Speaker, sir, over the last couple of months, since the El Nino effect, as we would call it as scientists, the El Nino effect, the heat created in the Pacific Ocean and in the oscillations, and of course, the adverse in the Atlantic Ocean. We have felt the full effects of climate change. In Barbados, since June of this year, we have had an increase in temperature up to around October, about 0.6 degrees Celsius. It was scorching heat, as the Member of Parliament for Christchurch West referred to it, scorching heat. On the 30th of September, it reached 34.2 degrees Celsius, the hottest day over the last decade or so. The day just prior to the birthday of the Honourable Prime Minister, a Member of Parliament for St. Michael, Northeast. The hottest day, 34.2 degrees Celsius. And you know, Mr. Speaker, fast forward till now, we are having flash flooding. We are having areas where persons can't get out of their homes because of excessive rainfall. So on the one hand, in one day time, you can have an episode of extreme drought, extreme heat, temperatures that over the last couple of months have risen over 0.6 degrees Celsius. And in a couple of hours, there's flash flooding. There are thousands of episodes of lightning. There are freak incidents. That is what we are exposed to by the vagaries of climate change. And it is real. It is real, Mr. Speaker, because if you go outside, you can feel the extreme heat one day, and the next day you can't get out your house because of flooding, which results in 6, sometimes 8 inches or more of water. This is real. It is a real threat to our lives. And so, you would have heard, Mr. Speaker, that this country came up with what is now called and touted across the world as the Bridgetown Initiative. Bridgetown Initiative. And I want to say and give my mouth liberty by calling it the Bajan Initiative. Because that is what it is for us in Barbados, the Bajan Initiative. That's what we want to call it. The Regional Initiative, but for Barbados, it is the Bajan Initiative. Because for me, it is the new way for us to be able to survive the test of time in this financial competitive world, where when we are faced with a natural disaster and we need those important funds to rebuild, restore, and to be able to regenerate to a level of prominence, then, Mr. Speaker, we have said to the rest of the world, and I want to thank Professor Avinash Prasad and the Prime Minister herself for lending their brains to come up with this new financial architecture which would help us to be able to finance ourselves when faced with a loss and damage scenario. And what does it do, Mr. Speaker? It allows, once there is a sense of appreciation in the international community for small island developing states, much like Barbados, and developing countries, to be able to access finance, much needed finance, especially when exposed to loss and damages, whether acute or chronic. Much needed finance. That's why I said it's the disruption of the financial architecture as it stands, where small island developing states like Barbados will be able to access finance at concessionary rates. I'm not an economist, and I don't profess to be lettered in such. But I'm saying it is the new way, the new deal for Barbados and other small island developing states. Because what it does allow multilateral development banks, like the World Bank, etc., to be able to lend us those much needed finances at concessionary rates. Right now, I suspect the rate to us developing countries is about 7-8%. With this new form and innovative way of financing, we will be able to access those finances at rates of 3%, sometimes 2% if possible, and allow us to be able to see the benefits of those loans like other developed countries who right now are getting those rates at 3%, sometimes 4%. It is for us to bring a level of equity and for us to be able to form part of the conversation as small island developing states. And I want to congratulate all those, Ramel Marshall, Avinash Prasad, Professor, of course, and all those persons who work assiduously and tirelessly to ensure that there is a financial space for not only Barbados, but on behalf of all small island or all developing states in the world. Very important for us, because when you think about loss and damages, sometimes the only thing we think about are those that affect us in an acute way. The tsunamis, the hurricanes, the wildfires, the volcanic activities, earthquakes, flooding, as we say recently, droughts. But, Mr. Speaker, those may be acute because they affect you in a real way, in a personal way, and they affect you in a way that you feel it immediately. But, Mr. Speaker, there are chronic loss and damages, and the price of these chronic loss and damages may be more sometimes, and the effects more adversely felt than the acute ones. The chronic loss and damages that I'm speaking about, Mr. Speaker, are the ones like the biodiversity loss. Serious as it relates to the protection of our ecosystems, the protection of nature and our natural environment as we know it. And this chronic loss and damages, as I just said, biodiversity loss, We have lost, since the industrial era, over 686,000 plant species, Mr. Speaker. We have lost over 834,000 animal species, plant and animal. We have right now, as I speak, 1 million insects being threatened on the endangered list. 1 million insects. And this is just a small tidbit of the bigger picture in terms of biodiversity loss. Again, chronic loss and damages. Therefore, deforestation, another one that goes into the category of chronic loss. Desertification, Mr. Speaker. This is what we call a very, very important and vital conversation. Ocean acidification, which causes the destruction not only of our coral and our reef, but the species of fish. Extreme temperatures that affect our ocean and our ocean space, or the hydrosphere as they call it. Today, as I speak, is causing abnormal migratory patterns of certain fish species. All of these things add up to the chronic loss that we have to pay the price for. So it's not only acute loss and damages that we are speaking about here when we have these natural disasters, and when we are faced with this triple planetary crisis, there are chronic loss and damages as well. And these chronic loss and damages, Mr. Speaker, the price to repair, Mr. Speaker, is unimaginable. I don't think there's a price tag that can repair our biodiversity loss. The loss of our forests, which serves as a green carbon sink to protect us. The desertification across the world that has changed, obviously, the landscape and the way how we live. Mr. Speaker, it is as real as the air that we breathe. And what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, the commitment in terms of our climate fund of $100 billion or so, for us, especially those in the tropics, those regarded as small and developing states, Mr. Speaker, that is just the flooring. As the Prime Minister rightfully said, the ceiling to really help us in terms of rebuilding after these disasters, whether acute or chronic, goes up to the tune of trillions of dollars. So the $100 billion, US dollars or so, as I said, is just the flooring. It has nothing to do with the reality that we are faced. We will need trillions of dollars to repair if we are hit with either acute episode or chronic. And it is real. The climate change is real. And Mr. Speaker, sir, and this is which part the dichotomy lies. We have 2 billion people or so that live in the tropics. 2 billion people or so. Out of those persons, 2 billion, we contribute probably less than a third of the total greenhouse gas and those other ozone depleting substances that affect the layer that seeks to protect us and protect us from the UV rays of the sunlight. 2 billion people in the tropics contribute little, but the interesting thing about it is that we face the worst effects from these natural disasters. We contribute little, but we are adversely affected. We are negatively affected in the worst possible way. That is where the division lies. Those who contribute little feel the worst effects from a disaster. You know why? Because we do not have the financial wherewithal to be able to buffer from these incidents. We don't have. We just don't have. And that is why, not only the Bridgetown Initiative, but that is why this deferment of payment and this resolution is so important for us as a small island developing state. Because if we are able to defer, once we are exposed to a disaster that reaches a certain threshold, once we are able to defer and say, well, we will defer our payments for 2 years, for example, Mr. Speaker, it gives us that breathing room. It gives us that leg room, that ability for us to extend ourselves, breathe, and be able to regroup, resuscitate, and to come again with a vibrancy so that Barbadians can live with a good quality of life. That's our goal here, to allow Barbadians to be able to live the Barbadian dream and to be able to survive the test of time in this, this environment, this changing environment that is exposed to all types of vagaries. It is allowing us to be able to absorb some of the shock for a period of time until we can resuscitate and be able to punch again above our weight. Mr. Speaker, it is a very important piece of legislation. Those who are involved in the financial sector will be able to expose a little better than myself in terms of the figures and the importance of such. But I really want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this is important work being undertaken by the Ministry of Finance, and I want to laud the Prime Minister for this effort. We call the Bridgetown Initiative on the international scene a noble initiative, a noble one that can change and redefine the lives of ordinary persons in the small island developing states. Very important. And as I said earlier, 2 billion people in the tropics suffer the worst effects of climate change. But as I speak today, there are 2 billion people who cannot get access to drinking water, potable water. 2 billion people. So that's the entire tropics. That's the reality. And only last year, we recognized in Barbados that we had reached the threshold for drought, less than 326 cubic meters of water per capita. That is when you recognize that you have a drought situation. Less than 326 cubic meters per capita of water. I tell you, climate change is real. But how much water you have now? and it changes with a snap of a finger. That's how it changes. One day, as I said, there's extremely heat. Next day, there's flash flooding. Unpredictable. But another phenomenon that is brought before us as it relates to this deferment of payment is that it allows us, when faced with a pandemic, well, any person who lives on this geographical sphere called Barbados will recognize what happened in 2019, 2020, and to a lesser extent 2021 with the pandemic known as COVID. COVID, with the deferment of payment, Mr. Speaker, and I don't have to go and elucidate any further in terms of what happened socially in our country, what took place financially. We had about 640 something deaths, I think, as I speak, from COVID. The world over 6 million people, only surpassed by the Spanish flu. 6 million people died from COVID since it became a pandemic. This is the reality that we are faced with. And any person in Barbados who did not understand that COVID was a lived reality, probably somewhere hibernating in a cocoon. That's all you can say. They're probably hibernating in some type of cocoon in the outer space or something, because I know, as a Barbadian, I felt what it is to live in a world that was exposed to COVID, a pandemic that we have never in our living time saw before, that disrupted the lives of Barbadians as we know it, that caused deaths and sicknesses. Up to now, we are still feeling the adverse effects. Some persons with chronic illnesses from the exposure to COVID. Our hospital, our health system, those systems were threatened on a daily basis to deliver. Mr. Speaker, it was real. And that's why a pandemic clause that seeks to defer our payments would allow us that financial room, elbow space, to be able to finance ourselves with vaccines, with all types of facilities, with providing the social dynamics to combat the effects. Food, as we know it, was something that was scarce. Some people couldn't access it for whatever reason. This is a real situation. So to be creative enough to come with a deferment so that we can have that money and that financial, financial elbow room to do our business and to be able to help our people, I said I want to give the Ministry of Finance a resounding round of applause for their efforts. And I want to say to them, a job well done. A job well done. It is real. And what we saw with COVID, what we saw only tells me as a scientist myself, that zoonotic illnesses are real. And they're not too far away from us in the horizon. It was COVID in 2019. We don't know what else we are going to be faced with in the next coming years, with all this climate change, these extreme heats, and the ability for viruses to change form, metamorphose, all these things, Mr. Speaker. So we have to be prepared, not only in terms of having our health systems in place, but we have to be prepared from a financial perspective. And that is why the deferment of a payment clause in our resolution to defer our payments, to give ourselves this much needed able room and financial space is so important. It is called futuristic thinking. It is called being proactive. It's called being able to appreciate our lived realities. And that is what we are doing. We are not responding knee-jerk as a government. We are saying we understand the phenomena that we are faced with, whether it is pandemics from health pandemics, whether it's natural disasters. We understand that the challenges that we are faced in the real world, and we are prepared to put systems in place to respond in the eventuality of those challenges. That is what we are saying as a responsible government. And you don't operate in hindsight as a government. You operate with full visual acuity, knowing full well that in the future, anything is possible. And based on the trajectory, you have to put systems in place. It's like going to war, and the men got big tanks and all type of machine gun, and you got a perk. Mr. Speaker, unless you are living in the ages, I don't know what it, you're probably living in medieval times. Yeah, those ages. Yeah, authority ages. But what I'm saying is that you, Mr. Speaker, I am sure, when you go to do your business as a lawyer, you go prepared with all your research, and you go prepared with every single thing. You have your systems in place to be able to do your bidding for your clients. And I'm saying that we are preparing ourselves. We are preparing ourselves for any eventuality. So I want to laud the Ministry of Finance. I want to say to all those persons involved, Abanash, Ramal Marshall, all those people who are involved in help planning in terms of the Bridgetown Initiative and all the other financial work that they have been doing over the years. I want to say to them, job well done. And Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged. Thank you.
Honourable St. James Central. Honourable, your mic is on.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, let me start again. I rise to make this short contribution before the House, and I want to begin, sir, by recognizing the ably expatiated submissions made by the honourable member who just took his seat. He is entirely right, sir, when he speaks of this matter of natural disaster, deferment, payment, in the context of futuristic thinking. It is, in fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, perhaps one of the most innovative developments in on the macro financial landscape that the world has seen in recent times. And that, sir, is really where I wish to make my submissions on this matter. Because those members who have spoken before me, sir, have, I think, very ably expressed this matter or investigated and interrogated the matter from a domestic perspective. It is of tremendous importance, however, sir, with respect to the transportation of Barbados's developmental policy into the international policy space. And it is there, sir, that I want to urge this country to spend some time in reflection, because in reality, Mr. Speaker, sir, this apparently simple policy initiative, this very innovative policy initiative, Mr. Speaker, sir, is playing a vast and significantly large role on the global landscape. It is, Mr. Speaker, sir, about building influence across several countries and non-governmental organizations around the world, Mr. Speaker, sir, and it has been a methodology used by our Prime Minister in advancement of Barbados's foreign policy interests, sir, because of the fact that she is relying on two critical tools. Two tools. The first, Mr. Speaker, sir, and perhaps I should say two tools of statecraft. And you, sir, will know that there are several tools in the toolkit of statecraft. So that, for example, you may have the use of sanctions, which are a traditionally used tool, and that is of a more coercive nature, where you will bring pressure on a country for violation or non-compliance with certain expected standards of behavior or expected norms and patterns of behavior. And Mr. Speaker, sir, equally, you might use another tool. We talk a lot in Barbados about trade agreements, and that is less about coercive and more about incentivizing people to come to the table in the hope of being able to do business in an environment which has lower taxes, Mr. Speaker, sir, encouraging exports, encouraging development or facilitating development. Those are established tools of statecraft. But what our Prime Minister has been able to do is to introduce, Mr. Speaker, sir, another tool, which is, in fact, the tool of global thought leadership. Championing transformative causes around the world, championing, Mr. Speaker, sir, intellectual adjustment to traditionally held orthodoxies, traditionally held views about how a system will work and should work, so that from time immemorial, as far back as the memory of man doth run, as long as we have had, Mr. Speaker, sir, a post-World War II Bretton Woods system, we have had the same approach to macro-financing, sir. And we have a prime minister who has now said to the world, consider what you are doing and look at yourself carefully and ask the question, can we do it better? As she has said in Barbados, sir, she has asked the world to say to itself, how can we deconstruct and reconstruct those practices which we have been following and pursuing for as far back as we can remember ourselves, so as to make the international financial system, sir, and in particular the multinational development banks, more responsive. The other tool that she's using, Mr. Speaker, sir, is what can only be described as moral strategic leadership. In a world which has become characterized by the diplomacy of power among nations. In a world, Mr. Speaker, sir, where you have a bifurcated perspective, either you are with the West or you are with the East. In a world, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, where great powers would look at small states and ask them to tremble in their presence. We have a prime minister who comes from a micro-state and is saying to the rest of the world, sir, look at what you have been doing and consider the wisdom or lack thereof. And asking the moral question, putting the moral imperative, where in that which you do and that which you have done can you identify the necessary successes required to take people forward? As she has said in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir, how do we feel people? How do we see people? And when do we hear people? It is a transposition of that which we hear every day carried to the international stage. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are those who, prior to perhaps this year, when we have seen all of the superlatives, when we have had the hottest temperatures, when we have had the most rain, when we've had, Mr. Speaker, sir, all of the excesses, it is perhaps, sir, at this point that some people who were naysayers before would have hopefully come to a Christian understanding about this thing called climate change. But even as I say that, I am mindful of the fact that I happen to put myself through the turmoil of watching a debate put together by contenders for presidential office in the Republican Party of the United States of America, and to a man and woman, because there is one female contender, we heard the denial of the reality of climate change. So that even as we see this and feel this unfolding before our very eyes on a day-by-day and week-by-week basis, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are still some who refuse to see that which is before them, will not see the wood but for the trees. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, perhaps that is where I should begin, because there can be no doubt about the legitimacy of the arguments which have been made in this House before and the importance of the policy that we are talking about, sir, with respect to natural disaster deferment of payments. As the honourable member who just took his seat and the two honourable members who spoke before him, sir, have said, this is about creating financial space and room for policymakers. A policymaker in Barbados, if heaven forbid, sir, a hurricane was to strike our shores, we, sir, know that there can be devastation. We had a Category 1 hurricane 1 or 2 years ago. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we know the hundreds of houses that were destroyed, that were damaged. We know, Mr. Speaker, sir, the hundreds of people who were displaced, and some still are. We know, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the country, highly indebted as it was then, sir, had to struggle to find the resources in order to make sure that we could rehabilitate those people and put them back to circumstances in which they had lived prior. We know, sir, that we are still carrying out the fight. But let us forget for a minute the hurricane, sir, that we had. Let us think about what happened in this region where we live. We saw a Category 5 hurricane hit neighboring Dominica, sir. And in the space of 5 hours, one climatic activity set back the gross domestic product of Dominica by 200% in 5 hours. We saw, sir, in Barbuda and in Abaco in the Bahamas, a Category 5 hurricane sit on top of an island and render it uninhabitable thereafter. We know, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the realities that we face are therefore perilous. But even outside of the hurricane, sir, we know the reality of the climate change. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister of Barbados, sir, will be the first to tell you that she is now forced to grapple with a reality that for the first 6 months of this year, rainfall in this country was 53% below the 30-year average that Barbados had known the last 30 years. For the first 5 or 6 months of this year, 53% below the 30-year average. And then, in more recent times, we see rain every single day, so we've moved from one far extreme to another. And with all the damage that is done by way of drought and attrition to our soils, Mr. Speaker, sir, the damage done to the agricultural sector where the Honourable Member for St. Philip South has to struggle manfully in circumstances where he has, sir, presided over a situation where for the first time in Barbados, we have a poultry industry which is almost entirely self-sufficient and loins now girded for export. But then the same industry is suffering because of excessive heat and birds dying. No control. He has no control over that. The farmers have no control over that, Mr. Speaker, sir. But that's what we got to live with. So we know the reality. When they come here to visit, because they hear so much about Barbados, sir, and you take them down Six Men's, which once enjoyed a beach that was perhaps as wide as this room, and today, Mr. Speaker, sir, the beach at the same Six Men's may be as wide as the Clark's table. You understand the way in which we have seen the changes. In my own constituency, sir, there are beaches on the Platinum Coast of Barbados which are now rocky because of the attrition of sand. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, we live this reality, but we are not alone. And that is where the internationalization of ideas, great ideas, comes about as part of the toolkit of the country's foreign policy. Because it is not only relevant here, and equally relevant in the Eastern Caribbean, but Mr. Speaker, sir, far, far away next to Australia, in the Pacific, there is a land called Tuvalu. It only has 11,000 inhabitants, small island. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is sinking, disappearing under the water of rising tides. And Mr. Speaker, as recently as last week or week before, the Australian government had to commit itself to bringing I think it is 300 or 400 people every year to be brought from Tuvalu into Australia so as to provide them with citizenship opportunities and commercial opportunities and employment opportunities, sir, and allowing Australia to cope with the migration in a managed way while at the same time reaching out as a large country next to a small neighbor which is slowly disappearing. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the world at some point had to stand up and take notice. And what we have heard about with this Bridgetown initiative, and what we debate here today, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the natural disaster deferment of payment, has now been bought into. It is now a concept that is being bought into around the world. So that when we began this, we had no way of knowing that non-governmental organizations like the UK Export Credit Agency, United Kingdom's Export Credit Agency, sir, would buy into the idea, would hold the idea as so valuable that they would change their national policy so as to align with the ideas being put out from Bridgetown, Barbados, in the office of the Prime Minister of Barbados, sir. We could not have imagined that. Nor could we have imagined that the office of the Prime Minister of Canada would shift its national policy to realign itself with Bridgetown, Barbados, and the Bridgetown Initiative, Mr. Speaker, sir. Nor in our wildest dreams could we have believed that a country that previously had little or no relationship whatsoever in terms of financial management and financial planning with the Republic of France, would be invited to co-chair a global summit at which 60 states around the world participated, Mr. Speaker, sir, in order to bring the attention of the world into alignment with the Bridgetown Initiative under the leadership jointly of the Prime Minister of Barbados and the President of France. We could never have believed it in our wildest imagination. And certainly, sir, those of us who lived here, who sought to eke out an existence here between the years 2008 and 2018, would never have imagined that this country, crippled as it was, broken and bent as it was, burdened by neglect and policy incompetence as it was, could so quickly reassert itself and reposition itself to be at the very center of global thought leadership. That is what this debate is about, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is what it's about. And when they began to align themselves, the World Bank, for example, the technocrats in there, unable to defeat the robust nature of the argument, unable, Mr. Speaker, sir, to unseat the superiority of thought and intellect, said, well, we are not going to just call these debt pause clauses in a contract, that we rather would want to call them climate reduction disaster clauses. So they nuance it, Mr. Speaker, sir, by giving it a titular change, just title. But the substance remains the same. The World Bank, which has been the bastion of financial orthodoxy from the time World War II ended, Mr. Speaker, sir, had bought in and has bought in to what we're talking about. So there has been, and you cannot take this away from the Barbados Labour Party's leader, the country's leader, the Prime Minister of Barbados, and by extension, the government. It cannot be taken away. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, it isn't only about that. It is not only about the global intellectual thought leadership. It is about the moral strategic leadership. Because the World Bank, as is their wont, then evaluates that which you do to see how best, even in a state of admission of vulnerability of small states and micro-states, even in a state of stage of admitting the inherent vulnerability and the indebtedness of several small states in the world. The World Bank, sir, does that which it does. It returns to its orthodoxy. The almost theocratic approach that they have. So they say, look, while we accept that there is this need to step in and give policymakers in small states in the Eastern Caribbean, for example, the opportunity in the aftermath of a passing through of a hurricane, a chance to have a breathing space so that they defer payment of loans for a period of time so that you can rebuild the secondary schools, though, so you can fix back the hospital and make sure the hospital got a roof on it, though, so that people's homes can be repaired, that the government should not be placed in an uncomfortable position of having to make a choice between paying debt to somebody and providing adequate housing stock for its people. They couldn't resist that argument. But you know what they come back and say? We will buy into this, but we want this to be prospective. We want this to be for future debt that you incur. Not the debt you got now, but we want this to be for debt that you incur 10 years from now. And what does she who leads this country say to them? But that is madness. Because we have the debt obligation now. We have the vulnerability today. We live in a Barbados today, Mr. Speaker, sir, where even though it is now the 14th of November, we are still very much in a hurricane season. When you and I were growing up, Mr. Speaker, sir, July, you were hearing it's time to stand by. August, come it must. September, remember. October, all over. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, the countries in the Caribbean that are still in peril of having a hurricane this month. Pardon? Yeah, the honourable member reminds me of Haiti. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the reality is that the peril we face is real and it is a current and present danger. And so, therefore, the pushback once again comes at the level of moral strategic leadership. Where we have now come from, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the same France, where I have sat next to the Prime Minister in a meeting with the OECD, getting them to understand and to agree to use their influence in the macro-financial landscape globally, to understand that this issue of assisting small indebted states which are highly vulnerable and must benefit from the ability to have natural disaster deferment of payments written into their debt obligation, so that if there is a climatic activity or a disaster, that we are then able to have time to catch ourselves and make the necessary adjustment. That must happen now. That it must happen and apply to debt that is incurred and due now. That you can't say to a man when he is swimming, I had a heart attack through no fault of his own, that he is worthy of being rescued, but you're going to rescue him the next time that he drowned, that he in danger of drowning. Not this heart attack, but the next time you get it. But what sense does that make? And the other thing that they do then is to say that they will not give you the pause on all of your obligations, principal and interest. They're going to only ease you on the interest. Now again, the question, the moral strategic leadership that is being offered by this government, because this is not only what they're offering Barbados, this is what they are saying to the rest of the world. This is what they're saying to Kenya. This is what they're saying to Guyana. This is what they're saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the same Tuvalu and Vanuatu and all those islands in the Pacific. And that which we say and that which our leader takes the leadership across the world and on behalf of the indebted countries of the world in saying is that, but that don't make sense either. Because you have an indebtedness that has to be treated in totality. Don't tell me you're going to ease me on the interest, but the principal is to kill me, and I have a choice between paying back the principal this year or this month and building back a hospital for the people of Barbados. But what sort of help is that? And how vulgar is that? That at the time when I am down and financially broken, that you're going to seek then to profiteer on my vulnerability. So we say to the rest of the world, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it's time to look at themselves and that which they are doing and that which they have done, and to ask to what extent are they feeling people? Are they being responsive to people that they see? Are they hearing and relating to the pain and the difficulty that is brought upon all of these states that did not cause the climate problem? Because none of us caused it. None of us caused it. The Europeans, sir, who colonized us, came down here with a view to extracting all the wealth that they could get from these colonies. Whether the colony is in the Caribbean, the colony in Africa, the colony in Latin America, the colony in Pacific, they all wanted, sir, to be able to extract wealth. And with that wealth, sir, they built huge economies. So you walk the streets of France, Mr. Speaker, sir, and you're looking at palaces that have gold trimmings, solid gold trimmings, where I drop from the sky like manna from heaven. That is the sweat of oft-times dark-colored skinned people. But then, sir, having gotten to the point where you have this obnoxious degree of wealth, don't then turn around and ask us to pay another price. This is the price of now doing the reparation, the damage, repair of the damage that we didn't cause, because they were the industrial capitals. It was their smog that polluted the atmosphere. It was their production plants that produced the carbon dioxide and the fossil fuels, Mr. Speaker, sir. But we are now asked to pay the price of the adjustment. Again, And that is the moral, strategic argument that is being advanced through the Bridgetown Initiative and the leadership of the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we understand this. The other thing that I want this country, sir, to understand as well is that a lot of thought went into the Bridgetown Initiative. It isn't only about Barbados' work, because quite frankly, we contracted the partnership of several other NGOs and entities who share a similar thought process, similar set of values, able to put in their intellectual labor. So we have worked out that $1 spent on building resilience will save us, sir, approximately $7 to $8 on doing repairs. So if for every dollar you spend on building resilience, whether that resilience is your coastline, whether, Mr. Speaker, sir, that resilience is that which is now confronting the Ministry of Public Works, where we have kilometers, 2,500 kilometers of mains laid in this country 100, 150 years ago, almost all of which were what we call galvanized, that was some old iron pipe, much of which is leaking. I remember when I first became a member of Parliament here, Mr. Speaker, in 2003. And in my constituency in Bagatelle, nobody in Bagatelle could get clean water. Not a house. I can understand this problem. The Water Authority was bedeviled. At the end of every avenue, Mr. Speaker, sir, the water, you see this black book, the water is that kind of color coming out of your pipe. People spending hundreds and thousands of dollars every year on filters, all through Bagatelle in Barbados in 2004 and 5, Mr. Speaker, sir. And then eventually someone, I think his name is Dr. Moan, so I didn't ask permission to call his name, but I'm not calling it in a bad way, came up with the idea, well, listen, this may well be a need to replace these mains because, I know, Mr. Speaker, when they went in there, first of all, we were losing 25, 30% of all the water passing through the main because the thing badly rusted. And you don't even know you're losing the water. And then on top of it, Mr. Speaker, so you had to pull it all to the cost of a couple $1 million. I am eternally indebted, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the former Prime Minister of Barbados and Minister of Finance, the member for St. Peter, former member for St. Peter, who understood the urgency of that hour. But that was only in Bagatelle. Because the urgency of the hour, Mr. Speaker, sir, is now demonstrated for the whole country, where we have 2,500 kilometers of mains that must be replaced in Barbados. And all of them are leaking and losing water. We are losing 25, 30% of the water that passing through the mains before they get to your house, sir, before they get to your place of business, before they get to this parliament. We can't continue to do that. Not in a country that is among the 15th most water-scarce countries in the world, Mr. Speaker. But then what is the cost of the mains replacement of all of them kilometers of mains? I am told that it may come in at somewhere in the vicinity of $2 million a kilometer. Don't say, oh my God, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thought you were going to have a heart attack. That's the truth. Brace yourself and hold on up on the side of the throne you're in, Mr. Speaker. Brace yourself, because that's the money we have to look for in order to get running water to all the parishes of Barbados. So when we hear the cry and when we were in opposition and the impotent people who were sitting on the front bench, the intellectual imbeciles who did not understand how to diagnose the problem, I had no policy formulation to correct the problem. I had no willpower because their hearts were hardened against the people of the country, sir. You weren't hearing these things, but it has to be said in this parliament. That is the money we must now look for. But where do we find it? Can it be taken out of the hides of the taxpayers of Barbados? Can your constituents, honourable member, find that money? Because mine can't. Mine can't. So we are forced to go into the international financial arena yet again in order to raise this money. But when, Mr. Speaker, sir, we go into the international financial arena, and you know, this is what you should be hearing coming from in George Street. This is the kind of engagement with the public that should not only have to come from a government, because an opposition should have a view on the future of Barbados and the future well-being of the finances of the country. But Mr. Speaker, sir, when you go into the international financial market, you are being asked to borrow to find those billions of dollars it is going to cost the honourable member for St. Michael Southeast to replace these mains. But you know where the injustice? The injustice, Mr. Speaker, sir, lies in the fact that they can tell a country like Barbados that we have a risk because we are vulnerable. We have a risk because we are indebted. We have a risk because we are small. They ain't gonna say that to the Europeans who have to borrow to replace their means too. And they're asking us to borrow, Mr. Speaker, sir, at 14%. Kenya the other day was told that they must now borrow at 16%. But Mr. Speaker, sir, do you know that the same project, pipe for pipe, taking place in Kenya, if it was to take place in the United Kingdom, that same project don't cost 3% money? And that is the disparity of treatment that we raise our voices against. That is the injustice, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we raise our voices against. And that is why I say that part of what this debate is about, it gives us as a government and as a country an opportunity to reflect on the moral, strategic leadership being brought by the Prime Minister of Barbados, where before we had a moral silence, a hardened heart against the pain of the people, a tongue cleaved to the roof of the mouth in spite of the cries of the people for assistance. Where was the morality in that? And not only does she take Barbados with her, sir, she takes the whole Caribbean and by extension the developing south of the world. That is what this debate is about. And that's what this Bridgetown initiative is about. It is perhaps an unfortunate thing, sir, that we have come thus far on the journey and we have not had the dedicated time to have this kind of discussion with the country as a whole, so that it allows ne'er-do-wells to go on the airwaves and make mock sport at a more serious political actor. A more serious political actor complaining about how often she travels. But she doesn't travel to put up her foot. She travels, Mr. Speaker, sir, because the only way you can engage President Macron on matters of this and to build the alliance that allowed 60 countries from around the world to come to Paris to discuss this issue and walk away with an agreement aligning with the Bridgetown initiative is through getting up off of that which you sit down on and going out there and building the alliance, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that happened in the month of June. But not satisfied, in July, we then took 70 into Brussels, the whole of Latin America, every blessed country in Latin America and the Caribbean, at the level of their leaders. And if not their leaders, one or two didn't go, the foreign minister went to meet with the European Union on these matters. Because it is in the heart of the European Union where they're participating in. They're sitting at the IMF board. They're sitting at the table of the OECD. They're sitting at the table of the World Bank. Mr. Speaker, so they are the ones who are shaping your destiny. And if you are not at the table when the discussion on your destiny is taking place, sir, be careful that you do not become their lunch. Either you're at the table in the discussion or you're the lunch after the discussion. So we prefer, sir, unlike others who came before us, to be at the table shaping. And I can't say we misshaped it because we came away from the EU CELAC conference, Mr. Speaker, sir, with 70 countries of the planet signing on, agreeing to the fundamentals that we're here discussing today. Not only that, it is also the first meeting with Europe that agreed to make sure that reparatory justice take place for the working class black people who were raped, enslaved, abused, exploited, Mr. Speaker, sir, by a pernicious system called slavery. The first ever conference at which all of Europe signed on for reparatory justice, Mr. Speaker, sir. So there are no apologies to be made about the work that is being done. This is about internationalizing development policy, beginning right here in Bridgetown, Barbados, Mr. Speaker. The last point I want to make on this is that it is also about ensuring that justice prevails. And I go back to the interest rates that which we are being asked to borrow. Because it has to be something vulgar and unjust about saying that the world must transition away from fossil fuels and use of carbon, Mr. Speaker, to renewable energy. But the cost of making the adjustment for some of us and the cost of making the adjustment for those of us who did not cause the problem is going to be higher than the cost of making the adjustment for those who caused the problem. So we say to them, no problem. We ain't begging a boy for nothing. We will make the adjustment. But let us make the adjustment on terms where we get access to longer loans, longer tenor. So that don't ask, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the money to be paid back in 10 years or 15 years. Give us 30 years, 40 years in order to pay back. And equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us not have the disparity in terms of interest rates. Because there's no justification for the Northern Atlantic countries to be able to borrow, all said and done, at 3% money. But to say to those of us in the Caribbean that we got to borrow, or in Africa that we must borrow at 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16% money, Mr. Speaker, sir. Where is the justification in it? And that is the type of debate that this Bridgetown initiative has been able to stimulate. And that is the type, Mr. Speaker, sir, of coalescing of opinion between the countries of the Global South around the principles enshrined in the Bridgetown Initiative, which also speaks, ironically enough, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the issue of a just transition, the justice in the transition, Mr. Speaker, because, again, if you look at what is happening, there are those who would want to come into the developing South and extract all the minerals that are necessary, sir, for you to have batteries in an EV car. But they're not coming to the South to say we want to build our factories and our production lines for the EV cars in the South. That production is to take place in the North, so that the South, once again, is to buy back that which you have taken from it, that which you have lent value to, and that which you're now going to sell. And we say, no, we had enough of that. And the Africans have joined with us and said, no, they too have had enough of that. And so now you have 54 countries across Africa. Mother Africa is speaking with one voice that day has come to an end. And that there must be production taking place there too. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it is consistent.
The Honourable Member has 2 more minutes.
The Honourable Member has 2 minutes, and the Honourable Member will finish in that time, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic that is part of this, that is captured conceptually in this debate, we all know. None of us are without the knowledge, including those who want to pretend they don't know in George Street. They know how hard it was to get vaccines, sir. They even know how hard it was to get the baskets of food assistance for their constituents, because we had to send them. They were loitering, as they always do, and we had to send, did we not, assistance to George Street so that they could distribute among those people that they say they cared for. I am told that much of it did not get distributed, but that's another matter for another debate at another time. What they did with it, sir, we won't get into here. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, sir, the world now understands that there was a form of apartheid on this matter of vaccines. And the world understands, sir, that a country in the developing South, India, had the good conscience to reach out and ensure that those of us in the Caribbean were able to access. But that's a fact. That's a fact. That's where the AstraZeneca come from, Mr. Speaker. There were others who were producing vaccines who said, wait, we got to deal with our people first, because they must live. And well, if we got anything left back, we will send it to you, but chill yourself. Our people got to get. And we say to that type of approach, sir, that we hear it, we see it, accept it for what it is, but you know what's going to happen? that we must now put ourselves in a position, as we are now doing in partnership with Rwanda and in partnership with Guyana, to make sure, sir, that we have our own capacity for pharmaceutical production for the first time in this region, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is what the honourable member who preceded me described as the futuristic thinking arising from this kind of debate and discussion. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, you gave me 2 minutes, and I don't want to abuse a second more. I simply say to you, sir, that I wholeheartedly associate myself with this debate. I wholeheartedly urge the country, sir, to reflect on the tremendous value that the Prime Minister has brought to the use of the deployment of developmental policy across the foreign policy landscape, and that for the first time in many, many decades, this country is now a global thought shaper, a global thought leader, Mr. Speaker, sir, and a moral strategic leadership is being shown to the developing world and to the developed world as to how good direction can be offered from the office of the head of a government. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by congratulating the member for Christchurch East Central who led this debate and who indeed created the platform for what we just witnessed. I witnessed over the past 2 weeks, coming from the member for St. Michael South Central, who eloquently articulated the whole essence of this piece of legislation that impacted, well, 4 consequential amendments. That is what I saw being led by the member for Christchurch East Central. But, Mr. Speaker, the 2 members who spoke this morning, you know, I sat next to the member for St. James South, and I asked, why do I need to speak after those presentations? But indeed, Mr. Speaker, I would not do justice to the portfolio that I hold if I didn't say a few words, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't do justice, Mr. Speaker, to the member for St. Michael Northeast, who has championed this cause that brought about these 4 pieces of consequential amendment to legislation. This bill, Mr. Speaker, that made provision for the deferment of payment of amortization and interest due on debt on the occurrence of a natural disaster or a pandemic event under certain enactments. And I listed those 4. I wouldn't go into the 4 consequential amendments. It's not necessary. But, Mr. Speaker, I keep hearing the word climate change. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring a new phrase, and I think this phrase was coined by the member for St. Michael Northeast. We're in a climate crisis and not climate change. And I want to go a bit further, Mr. Speaker, and to say to this country and to this Lord Chamber, we're in a climate emergency. And why I say this, Mr. Speaker? I've been given the task, Mr. Speaker, coming from Hurricane Elsa, member for Christchurch. West started it. Then I joined the 4 as Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, with the overall responsibility to see to its end the repairs of damages from Hurricane Elsa and freak storm in July and June 2021. Mr. Speaker, the finances to address this hurricane, and I'm not even going to Maria yet, because I heard the member clearly for St. James Central who spoke about the loss of 226% of GDP in Dominica. And, Mr. Speaker, while executing this project to return 1,507 households to a level of respectability after the freak storm, and Hurricane Elsa. We had tremendous challenges in financing this project. Tremendous challenges. 1,507. With 242 persons receiving material to do it yourself, the DIY system. That is how we get the 1,700. Because we give 242 families material to repair their houses. That's what this government did. This government did that. And Mr. Speaker, when we crunch the numbers, Mr. Speaker, the challenges that we had over the last 2.5 years, Mr. Speaker, to find the money. We came here to amend the Catastrophe Act, the legislation, to allow national housing to borrow from the catastrophe fund to address this. And Mr. Speaker, you see where I'm going, but I want the country to understand where I'm going. No other government in the history of elective politics, so I can say no other government, has taken on this responsibility of repairing 1,700 houses, giving material to 242 plus, and repairing and rebuilding 1,507. Where rebuilds are 60%, no, 55%, and repairs are 45%, or the other way around. Forgive me because I don't have the numbers. That's not my focus this morning. But I'm telling that story, Mr. Speaker, to say we pulled out our hairs. Member for St. Michael Southeast, you know this very well. St. Michael South Central, sorry. We pulled out our hairs trying to find money to repair these houses. And I heard the member, again, eloquently, I'm only backing up this case that was posited here and proven as well. The rate at which developing countries, emerging markets, and developing countries borrow the interest rate, some as high as 14%. When the developed world, the guys in the north, the G7 guys, which was formed to promulgate global policy. But the promulgation of this global policy by the G7 prior to the Bridgetown Initiative, and I'm telling the story, all the policy was centered and all the funding and the initiatives were centered towards the developed country. And the guys in the South and the ladies in the South, we can't forget ladies. We call countries guys, but ladies too. We have ladies leading countries. Were deprived of finances because most of the finances at low interest rates were going to the north and to the developed world. So we had to find 124 million Barbados dollars. 124 million Barbados dollars to address the Hurricane Elsa and the freak storm issues across this country. It is nothing to boast about, but it is something to admire and it's something to reflect on. And why I started there, because when you reflect on that and you saw what the member for Christchurch East Central led a few weeks ago, ably backed up by the members for St. Michael South Central, Christchurch West Central, and now St. James Central, and many others to come. This bill tells you why we needed to move in this direction. And why the Bridgetown Initiative is being touted and mention here this morning, because what we're doing relates to Clause 5 of the Bridgetown Initiative. I'm not teaching this morning because this is not my main discipline, but I understand it very well. Because Clause 5 speaks to loss and damage. And you hear the member for St. James Central who spoke about Hurricane Maria, 226% of GDP. But this legislation, if I understand it well, Mr. Speaker, you can enact, based on this legislation, a climate disaster that causes you to lose more than 5% of GDP. Then you classify or you qualify through CRIF, which is the Caribbean Catastrophe Fund Insurance. So the natural disaster deferment will relate to payments made to the government under CRIF, under the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. And what this consequential amendments in this bill will do for us, the government may defer the payment of the principal, amortization, and interest payment following the occurrence of a natural disaster for the consecutive 2-year period, immediately after a submission of a deferred claim by the government. The conditions were set out, and I won't go into them. The member for Christchurch East Central did justice to this by CRIF. CRIF issued a written report confirming that the natural disaster is an insured event. But, Mr. Speaker, what this piece of legislation did for us, the government can make 3 deferral claims. And the claims can also be made if real GDP contracts for 2 consecutive quarters. The government enacts legislation to increase spending as a result of anything related to public health emergency, and the response is equal to $37.5 million. So, Mr. Speaker, I am going there because, and I took time to go through it and make some notes, speaking to the member for Christchurch East Central, who's very good at what he does on behalf of this government. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to continue to reference those who spoke before me, because what this country needs to understand is that as a result of this piece of legislation, you can defer payment for 2 years. You could imagine us now, as a result, in the future, of a catastrophe recognized by CRIF. And I'm hoping we don't get any. But we are able now to kick into gear this piece of legislation to fund a disaster or losses from pandemic. And, Mr. Speaker, what is so exciting about this piece of legislation, and I'm going to get to where the Minister of Foreign Affairs went, the member for St. James Central. Can't do it like him, but I will get there, because he's on the international front, and he's doing this every day. But I understand it. Because what the member for St. Philip West understands, and what the member for St. Michael Southeast understands, South Central understands, and also Southeast, that we can now continue to focus on developing the education system, the infrastructure surrounding the education system. We can now continue to focus on building our road infrastructure. We can now continue to address the challenges with water. And we can now continue to build resilience into our housing program that we've started. So we won't be jostling and saying, where to spend the 2 cents? Rebuilding 4 houses 1,500 houses, or focusing on education. This piece of legislation has now given us the leverage that we never had before. And Mr. Speaker, this forms part of the Bridgetown Initiative, which I will speak to you briefly on, because Clause 5 of the Bridgetown Initiative speaks to funding loss and damage. And there's a clause in Part 5 of the Bridgetown Initiative that speaks to including within natural disaster clauses and pandemic clauses, and we have done just that. Mr. Speaker, we have taken the world by storm. And if you want to say there's a big hurricane in the world, a global hurricane, we can call it Hurricane Motley. Who has sent a message, our Prime Minister, through the Bridgetown Initiative? And this came about as a result of the 2017 impact that Maria had on Dominica. And it started at COP26, it was, member for St. Michael's South Central, COP26. We're the member for St. Michael's South, St. Michael Northeast. Went to the world in Glasgow. Civil society, international academics. She gained support from the G7, which was formerly the G8. Russia dropped out in 2014, right, remember? It is 2014. Formerly the G8, and she gained tremendous support. And what does the Bridgetown Initiative call for? The restoration of debt sustainability. It calls for the increase of development aid for small island developing states and for the SDG goals. It also calls for the mobilization of private investment for green energy. And I heard the member mention one of the most fundamental aspects of it, the reform of the global financial institutions. The Bretton Woods institutions created to rebuild and sustain global development post-World War II. And that in this 21st century, this requires urgent repurposing. But the Bridgetown Initiative goes further, and it calls for promotion of trade that support a green and just transition in support of climate resilience and the realization of the sustainable development goals. Effectively, what we're saying, we need more money for climate action. The sustainable development goals, Mr. Speaker, and for post-disaster construction, loss and damage. While we recognize funding for mitigation and adaptation, climate mitigation and adaptation, the majority of our money is spent in loss and damage. And that is what this calls for. So, Mr. Speaker, this country is increasing its climate resilience, and we have spent time and money over the past year or two preparing the resilient investment plan. Only yesterday we sat and we went through that. Member for St. Michael West. And we have defined resilience as a government, targets across all government ministries and state-owned enterprises. And we have also developed a list of the top 10 and top 20 resilience investment priorities that we looked at yesterday. Those that can have the biggest impact on our citizens. And we mentioned our Roof to Reef because the investment plan falls under our overall Roof to Reef program, which is the holistic framework to prepare for climate future and to protect our environment for future generations. So, Mr. Speaker, this government, through the creativity of our Prime Minister, has started the progress. And I heard the member for St. James Central, and I hate to do this, but I will do it. I hate to go back in the past. What would Barbados have looked like under the last administration, post-Hurricane Elsa and Freak Storm? Just ask yourself that. And Mr. Speaker, we have gone on further to address funding for energy in the Blue-Green Bank through the Green Climate Fund. And I am being told, Mr. Speaker, that this is being backed by the multilateral development banks who have expressed an interest, right, member for St. Michael South Central, and also by the IMF, who has expressed an interest. Whereas Barbados has placed, I think it's US $30 million in the fund, and that is being backed by the IMF and the multilateral development banks. But what this money will do, the Blue-Green Bank initiative, and we know the Green Climate Fund is the largest climate fund in the world. What this will do is address the housing issues in this country. It would address electrified transport system. The member for Minister of Tourism, who started that work. That is what this Green Climate Fund will do, to put us on a footing that we can address the challenges of natural disasters and pandemics. Altogether, Mr. Speaker, we are looking, as a government, we're aiming to raise hundreds of millions of dollars in grants and concessional finance for new investments, thanks to the Bridgetown Initiative and thanks to the member for St. Michael Northeast. Mr. Speaker, I just came from Minerva, which is a Latin America and Caribbean conference, the 32nd conference of ministerial and high authorities for housing. The member for St. Lucie, he knows this conference. And other than being elected vice president for the second year of Minerva, which is something that I did before, but critical, that is not so important. Critical, the declaration for Latin America and the Caribbean. We have included the Bridgetown Initiative in the declaration. And I think that's the most important aspect. Now, Mr. Speaker, what we are telling the Latin America and the Caribbean, this country is championing their cause. We are not bragging about it. It is nothing to brag about. It requires visionary leadership. Someone to go to COP28 next month and lobby the multinational development banks, lobby the developing countries, lobby those members of G7, the G7 guys, like what we did, Mr. Speaker, at COP26, to tell the world that climate funding is not so special that only the developing countries can access funding at low interest rates to address their issues. And we did it at COP26. We did it at COP27. I heard my good friend here talk about some of the other international summits, and I don't have them here, but he listed quite a few. The Paris Summit, I think that was one. The G20 Summit, the African Climate Summit, the IMF annual general meetings, the SDG summit. Those were the summits that our Prime Minister went on the front foot and articulated the vision, not only for Latin America and the Caribbean, but to change the world, to bring justice and equality across the landscape, moving money from the north, the richer countries, to the south, to the developing countries to address these issues. And we have led the charge. I know the member for St. Michael's South Central did a lot of work when she was on as Minister of Economic Affairs. She led the charge with a lot of this work. And I want to salute you, ma'am, because we could not have reached here without the contribution that you made from 2018 to present. And when we come to this chamber, we must give credit where credit is due. The member for Christchurch East Central. And they have allowed the Prime Minister, they have created the framework so that the Prime Minister can go, and the member for St. James Central, what he just did, I can't speak like him. But I understand those critical points that were made in this chamber to support this bill and to support the ministers and the member for St. Michael South Central and the member for Christchurch East Central who started this work on behalf of this government from 2018 as a result of the damage sustained by Dominica. And we said, our time will come. It was our neighbors, 226% of GDP. And our time came. And we were not ready. But having said that, we did our best with the resources that we had. So when I hear persons talking about Hurricane Elsa, it took some countries are still recovering from the effect. Dominica is still recovering from the effects of Maria. Puerto Rico, countries take 12, 10, 15 years to recover from the devastation of a hurricane. And we're 2.5 years, and persons are raising their eyebrows. Yes, when you are not comfortable, you will say something about it. I have no difficulty with that. But put it in the context of where we are as a developing country with the resources, the limited resources, member for St. James North, the limited resources that we have. And I think we have done well. I want to thank the member for Christchurch West. But now this piece of legislation will allow us, while we don't want to breathe a bit easier, what this government prides itself on is creating the legislative framework. And this is part of the legislative framework that will encourage private investment in the island's infrastructure. An investor is confident when it comes to a country that has good rules and regulation and laws and investor protection. They will feel confident that they'll receive a return on their investment. This goes further. It means that the credit risk is acceptable, member for St. James Central. Because projects can have cost overruns. And that projects can cover costs when the credit risk is acceptable. It also means when you come to a country and you choose the right technology for projects, it can be delivered on time and on budget. Mr. Speaker, I close by saying the greatest opportunity, Mr. Speaker, we can have as a Caribbean nation is to first focus on rules, regulation, laws, and legal redress to foreign investors. This, Mr. Speaker, this bill here this morning with consequential amendments is demonstrating clearly that we are indeed following that trajectory and a path for success as we build up our legislative framework and regulatory framework. Mr. Speaker, the time will come. I am hoping that we will. It is my wish and it is my desire, it's my will, and I will see it through, that Hurricane Elsa, the 1,507 houses be rebuilt and repaired, and the piece of legislation, the cross-cue code of practice for building resilience in housing and rebuilding housing to Category 3 hurricane that we just enacted, we will follow those rules to ensure that Barbadians return to a level of respectability in their homes. So I want to end by congratulating the Prime Minister for her work being done internationally on the Bridgetown Initiative. And I also want to congratulate the members for Christchurch East Central and the member for St. Michael Southeast for the sterling work they have done to get us thus far. And with those words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. James. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak today to this issue of the deferral of debt under the Bridgetown Initiative, piloted by Barbados to the world. And I want to thank the honourable members who have already spoken so ably about varying aspects of the Bridgetown Initiative and what it really means to the world, what it means to CARICOM, what it means to Barbados. The Bridgetown Initiative comes to the world for a time such as this. We have reached a stage within the world system where if we do not get a massive and major reformation of many of the institutions in the world, that many countries will no longer be able to exist as viable states as their countries sink deeper and deeper into poverty and as they sink under the weight of the climate crisis. Just a couple of years ago, as we were walking through the pandemic and as we still try to walk through the COVID pandemic, the developing world added some $550 billion of additional debt to the debt that they already carried. And developing countries were already carrying $9.3 trillion worth of debt that their citizens will have to service through taxation and through their earnings. Is a heavy debt. And to add $550 billion more in a pandemic and still have upcoming in our future the possibility of further debt because of climatic events, because of flooding and because of drought, sir, what we would be looking at is a worldwide catastrophe in which many of the existing countries that we now know would no longer be viable and no longer be feasible for inhabitation because they would have been destroyed by the combination of debt and the climatic events. And therefore, it meant that we were faced with a moment in the world where it was necessary to have a major shakeup of the economic structures so that we are able to properly develop systems and processes that truly do what they are supposed to do, to be able to help nations across the world, to be able to manage their development financing, that they're able to provide for their citizens the opportunity for living that allows the countries to be viable and for the world to be a place where young people can look forward to a future. And so one of the things that had to be addressed would have been the architecture of the Bretton Woods institutions to say to them, look, you were formed under a different moment, you were designed for a different environment, but you are no longer suited for purpose. Now, why did the Bretton Woods architecture emerge? We had the world wars, sir, that devastated countries, that led to the lack of viability of their economies because of the inflation that would have occurred, the depression that we all remember from many, many, many years ago, a little before our time, but we've heard the stories. And so countries could not keep up with their balance of payments, they could not keep up with their economic development and growth. And so the Bretton Woods architecture was built to specifically address this. But the original intent was that they would have a developmental effect, that they would give ease to countries so that they could function. But as with the case of many things, the capitalists of this world, who did not like the fact that the Bretton Woods situation would slow down their capacity to maximize earnings at the expense of everyone else, sought to get involved and to influence those Bretton Woods structures so that they bend them towards providing for them a further dominant world position. And one of the things that we will remember is the fact of the foreign exchange controls, for example. The capitalists were able to easily bend those institutions to create an environment in which capital could move footloose across the world. Trillions of dollars could move by the day without let or hindrance, regardless of the devastation that they left when foreign exchange is suddenly taken out from a country and they're unable to respond to the needs and pay for the goods and services which their citizens are looking for. And so those institutions fail to truly deliver on development. Now, what was the condition just before the Bretton Woods architecture? The world had emerged from out of a colonial period, and this actually set up the foundation that created the environment which we are looking at today, in which third world countries find it extremely difficult to benefit from the raw materials which they have, from the mineral resources which they have. They find themselves in an unequal economic system that no matter what they have or what they do, they always come out on the short end. And so the colonial period allowed for the extraction of the inputs that the developed world were able to use now to build products that they could sell at superior prices to the disadvantage of the developing world, who would have provided the raw materials at very basic prices. And one of the examples would be coffee, where you pay a farmer 10 cents a pound for growing his coffee, but you sell coffee back to the world at $15 a pound. Thereby, the farmer who actually produces the original berry does not benefit. And this happened across everything: cocoa, diamonds, gold, cotton, palm oil, tobacco. Wherever you went in Africa, Latin America, this system that disadvantaged the persons who actually owned the resources was permeating the entire economic system. Richard Drayton, in his paper, when he spoke about the impact of the developed world on the developing world, made this statement. He said, look, the extraction from these countries is at the level of trillions of dollars. But the truth is, the developed world would not be where it is today had it not had those African, Latin American, and Caribbean plantation systems. The modern world as we know it today would not have existed. That in truth and in fact, Africa would have developed the developed world, but at the same time would have found itself seriously underdeveloped. And then into the situation coming out from the World War, you have the World Bank and you have the IMF, and here you have a situation where, as was pointed out earlier by the Honourable Member for St. James Central, that the lending rates are disparate between the developed and the developing countries. That developed countries can get to borrow at 1 to 3%, whereas developing countries are forced to pay something like 14% on that which they borrow. And what does this mean? That we will be in perennial debt. That our citizens will constantly be faced with a life experience that says that their government and their economies simply cannot produce enough to be able to meet the debt repayments that are necessary and at the same time provide their children with the opportunity for education, for good health care, opportunities to start businesses, opportunities to live a good life. So this was a problem that was facing the world. Now, as colonialism started to die, it was necessary for other institutions also to emerge to help maintain that unequal economic order. Because obviously, as they moved out from Africa and Latin America and the Caribbean, they still needed to maintain an economic system that could give them the advantages that they had enjoyed during the colonial period. And so we saw after that period of colonialism, the rise of those global international agencies that sought to control various aspects of economic life, to be able to maintain, in some cases, the disparities that we had experienced before. So if you look at the World Trade Organization, yes, it's true. It tries to create an open or level playing field for countries to trade on. However, how can countries trade equally if they do not have equal circumstances? One of the things that the WTO says that it stands for is that there should be no subsidies, for example, Mr. Speaker, of governments to industry to create a disadvantage when you're going to trade with other countries. Sir, the reality is that that rule only applies to developing countries, because developed countries have been able to promote subsidies to many of their industries, whether you're talking about fishing, whether you're talking about agriculture, any part of industry, and sell those goods and services across the world to the disadvantage of other countries that cannot provide similar things for their industries, who then cannot compete. And therefore, you would have had the demise of the rice sector in parts of Africa, because wheat could be produced in the United States, it could be produced in the developed world, subsidized, exported, and the end result was that it was able to undermine other cereals that were grown in those countries. And that was the disadvantage that we constantly found ourselves under. The OECD looking to shift the tax take from the developing world back to their end of the woods. Then you have things like the International Civil Aviation Authority, where they're seeking to maintain control over their dominance in transport. Because obviously, if you can create the rules for transport, then you can control trade. These are some of the other institutions that would have been developed to help maintain the imbalance that we have seen across the world. And what is the impact of that imbalance on the average Barbadian? It chokes the ability of our governments to be able to provide the subsidies to assist our fishermen, or to be able to assist our small enterprises to help them to develop. One of the areas that they've sought to choke off is the area of providing opportunity for local investment, local content. And this is something that Barbados has sought to hold on to at the World Trade Organization, because we refused to sign the investment facilitation program at that time, because it was insisting that we could not say to people who were coming in to invest in Barbados that they have to find domestic partners to give us an opportunity to earn from whatever was happening in the country. And therefore, we would not have been able to do what we did with marijuana. We would not have been able to do what we're seeking to do in energy. We would not have been able to carve out a space for Barbadians because of how that particular system works. And therefore, it constrains business growth. When you cannot find a way around all these rules and regulations, it makes it difficult to develop the business growth, so you do not get the new jobs, you do not get the government revenues that you can improve your healthcare, your roads, your housing, your schools, and therefore small countries are constantly laboring under these serious disadvantages. So, sir, what should we do? That imbalance in the power relationships have been around for so long, and it is kept in place, sir, by the underlying threats that if you speak out, there will be certain results that may occur to you. That when you say that you're going to vote against something that you believe is not in the interests of the world or your country or developing countries, there are those little threats that come that say, if you don't toe the line, this and that can happen to you, can happen to your country. So what has happened for a long time is that a lot of leaders have never spoken up. They will speak to each other. They will talk behind people's backs. But in the fora, they will not stand up and say, this is not righteous, it is not just, it is unfair, we need a different system. Sir, now being faced with the climate change, which will further exacerbate what we're already facing, the high debt, the costly loans, the lower ability to develop our economies and our social services, our people trying to scratch a living, will now be exacerbated by floods and droughts and climatic events. At this moment, some 1.65 billion people on the planet are negatively affected by floods, and 1.43 billion are affected by droughts. And what does this mean? That there's going to be homelessness across the world. It means that food insecurity is going to be a very real thing, where people are not going to have the confidence that every day they get up, they are going to be able to put food on the table. It is going to destroy the capacity for earnings. So when you are confronted with a world situation that is threatening to destabilize your entire country and destabilize the entire world, what do you do? And sir, in the Bible, they talk about Queen Esther, who had come for such a time as this. And sir, it is true to say when we look at history, there is a combination of circumstances that confront the world that it cannot ignore. And rising up in the midst of those circumstances will come someone who has been called to be able to address that situation. And the moment in which we have found ourselves, Barbados, through the Prime Minister from St. Michael Northeast, has stood up to the international system and said, enough is enough. And therefore has pointed out with clarity, energy, sincerity, and with a certain amount of savvy, the disparity that confronts the world because of the unfair circumstances with which we are faced. Because we could not stay here. If we stayed here in this moment and did not address it, we would all perish. And I don't have to outline for Barbadians the ways in which we have been affected by climate change and the climate crisis. We all know and see the destruction on our coastline when we go to the beaches. We see the sargassum that is threatening to choke our tourism industry. Our farmers have been crying out about the flooding of their crops, which means that we're going to be challenged to keep food on the table. We've also seen the problem with our chicken farmers, where their poultry has been affected by heat. And we're going to see further impacts with our fishing industry, because with the warming of the oceans, we will see either a shift of our fishing stock moving to cooler waters, or we will find ourselves with fish kills, which will then diminish what is available to Caribbean fishermen and the Caribbean fishing industry to use to put protein on the tables of Caribbean families. So Barbados dared to be brave and created the Bridgetown Initiative. And we want to acknowledge the tremendous work that has been done by the entire team in the development and the articulation of the Bridgetown Initiative. The Prime Minister led the charge ably and brought to Barbados a level of recognition that we, I believe, will benefit tremendously from it as we seek to engage the world to address other things that need changing. We also need to acknowledge the work of the current member for St. James Central, who is by her side, accompanying her on these many trips. And let me support what he has said. You cannot do this thing in Barbados. You have to travel. You have to go. You have to look them in the eye. You have to articulate with clarity exactly what you are asking of them, and pointing out to them at the same time how it benefits them that we are not asking for handouts, we're not begging for things. What we are doing is asking for a fair system that allows us all to flourish. And why should they? It is really very simple. I don't understand how we don't recognize our own self-interest. The production centers of the world for a long time have been in the developed world. And for them to build more and more prosperity, to build more and more wealth, you need more and more people to eat or consume or use that which you are producing. If the developing world, which are the consumption centers of the world, don't consume, their economies will collapse. But how can they consume if their countries are not viable and people don't have work? People don't have jobs. Governments don't have any elbow room to stimulate the economy. It has to be in their interest to address this matter. But that argument has to be put to them cogently, repeatedly, with firmness. And this is why COP28, coming up at the end of this year, is so important. And this is why the team from Barbados must be present, must be everywhere present, because they're going to have to talk to many people to continuously put before them why we should look at changing what we're doing in relation to climate financing, in relation to loss and damage, in relation to the length that we give for loans for countries to be able to respond to the suspension and the deferral of payments when there's a pandemic and when there's a climatic event. They have to keep that message going, and they have my 1,000% support on this. And I want the Barbadian public to understand that we are crafting responsibly the future of Barbados. There is no future for us if we do not tackle the issue of the climate crisis and the climate financing. None. None. We have dared to be brave. And it's not only at CELAC and COP and Paris and the UN that the message has been taken. We've taken it to the OACP in Angola. We have taken it to the ACS in Guatemala. We've taken it to SICA in Belize. We've taken it to Washington. We've taken it to many places. Everybody within our mission network in foreign affairs and foreign trade have been supporting this Bridgetown initiative and sharing it with as many people as we could, so that they give full support to this. And it will take time to get the results. Already, yes, you've started with getting people looking at putting in those clauses. That's a start. But we do have to look at how we're going to bring the private sector on board and say to them, yes, there is money to be made in responding to the climate crisis by coming up with the new products, new processes, in helping us to rehabilitate our countries, that there's money to be made. We are prepared to pay, but what we want is to have loans at reasonable rates of interest and at reasonable length of time for repayment. That if we can bring those two things together, the world can respond to the climate crisis and ensure that the billions of people across the world stand a good chance to live and look forward to a decent life. That is what we have to work on. That is what we have to support. Because, sir, I will tell you, we could not sit in silence, walking quietly to our death. No, we had to speak into such a time as this. Now, how are we going to work together as a country to make this happen. Because what Barbados is doing, Barbados is moving on a platform of reformation of the global order, and Barbados is moving forward on a domestic program of transformation. Two huge initiatives that will take everything in our power to be able to effect. It is a very heavy lift. And my concern, sir, apart from the fact that the opposition shows little understanding of the dynamics which we face, I listen with open-mouthed surprise when I hear things about, oh, you're borrowing too much money. I am not quite sure how they would have responded to all those houses being knocked over. Are you going to leave the people outside in the weather to suffer? What are you going to do when people didn't have food on the table? You weren't going to try and find some money to make sure that you could create some jobs and put some food on the table? What were you going to do when the health clinic system needed refurbishing and updating and we needed more nurses, etc.? What were you going to do? Sit down and let the people suffer and say, but at least we didn't borrow. Who is going to give you a medal for that? It is nonsense, and I'm tired of it. And the reason why I'm tired of it is because it fools people and manipulates the emotions of people to make them think that we are endangering their future by borrowing. We are not. We are crafting responsibly an approach to help us with transformation and with reformation. And I want to commend the entire cabinet. I want to commend all of the officials. I want to commend the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East and all the other people who work so hard to make this happen. But sir, one of the things that I am deeply concerned about is that easy manipulation of the Barbadian public by the social media and the regular media, who, not understanding the moment in which we stand, are trying to create mischief, and innocent people are getting caught up in the arguments and feeling afraid when we are working our hearts out day in, night and day. Hard-working civil servants struggling to help us make this happen. Sir, it has to stop. And I would like to direct the attention of Barbadians as to what we need to be doing in support of the reformation and transformation of this country and of the world, because that's what Barbados is doing now. In agriculture, under the Honourable Member for St. Philip's South, we are crafting a plan for food security to make sure that those droughts and those floods don't leave us hungry and destitute. And what we need the Barbadian public to do is to start and grow food and then eat the food you grow. Two things: grow, eat the food you grow. That is what has to happen. The second thing is that we have to look at our health. If we do not have a productive population, you cannot build an economy. And therefore, health is important. And the Honourable Member for St. Philip North is working assiduously on the issues of nutrition and the NCDs and making sure that the hospital and the polyclinic system works. But what we need, sir, is for Barbadians to understand that they too have to work to help this, to be successful, sir. We cannot be spending millions of dollars in health care and have Barbadians eating unhealthily every single day. It has to stop. The NCDs are killing us. So that the front of package labeling, which we are working with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, negotiating the front of package labeling, is to help us avoid those NCDs by ensuring that we educate Barbadians about what is high in salt, what is high in sugar, what is high in fat. We also have to work with the Ministry of Education If our people are going to earn salaries that allow them to enjoy the kind of lifestyle that they want, we cannot be looking for low-paying jobs for our people. And the only way that we can command higher-paying jobs is to raise the educational level of Barbadians. That means you have to have transformation in education. And that is being ably led by the Honourable Member for St. Philip West. And what is the role of Barbadians? You need to go out to the meetings and give your input. Teachers need to get up and say, okay, I need to change how I am teaching. I am willing to be retrained. Parents have to turn up to the PTAs. You have to engage in the year-level discussions. You have work to do to help the transformation. In energy and business, we're bringing out the Metrology Act. We're going to be launching a national quality program. We are asking every single Barbadian that we have to bring a level of excellence to everything we do. Even if you're only making a sandwich, or a dress, or repairing furniture, or if you are repairing a car, or if you're building a road, there must be a level of excellence in what we do. Why? So that the money we invest in all of these things, we're borrowing money, but it will only last if we take care of it. So, sir, this is important. And then, in addition to what we're doing in energy and business, we have an energy program. We're trying to resolve the issue of the batteries. And when we have been able to complete it, sir, we will talk with the country on it. But I want Barbadians to get ready to participate in the investment in the energy industry. I don't want them to miss the moment. They must be able to participate. And then, sir, in the area of housing, sir, I would like people to understand that government can't give everybody a house. I would like people to understand that they need to start and save. I would like people to understand that when they get the house, they have to take care of it. Amen. We will work with you. The Honourable Member for St. George South is working his heart out to get the housing solutions to you. But you must do your part by saving and caring. And then in the Ministry of Transport and Works, we're not only trying to redo the roads, but, sir, the drainage. Sir, the rainfall now have all these pools of water and the mosquitoes creating problems with dengue. Good grief, you can't wait for MTW to come to every little pool to sort it out, or the health inspector to sort it out. As a community, get out there and put what you need to put on that water to make sure we don't breed mosquitoes that then affect the productivity of this country, because everybody's sick and somebody else got to stay home to take care of those who are sick. Please, Barbadians, there are things that we need to do to support transformation. And just a couple more before I finish, sir. In industry, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North, God bless him, has a good team under him that is working on making sure that we can build trade and export. And the Ministry of Foreign Trade is happy to work with them to help make this a reality. We're seeking to move the commercial diplomacy program forward to support what he's doing, so that all across the world where we're opening missions that some people have been complaining about, that those missions will be able to promote the goods and services of Barbados to all of those countries where they reside. And we're going to be looking at revamping our honorary council network to widen our reach across the world, because Barbados must be able to sell global goods and services to everyone in the world. And that will only come if we build a country of excellence. And that's why I want to encourage everybody, go on the National Transformation Initiative platform. Look for a program. It's free. Improve your skills. Work with your supervisors. Let's stop fighting with our employers. Let us see how we can work together to take every single business in Barbados to a new and a higher level. And sir, environment. Don't Start me on environment. Sir? Yes. I grew up in a Barbados that did not have, when I was 5 years old, they did not have garbage trucks coming around. People used to have to get up and clean around them. And go onto the moral hole and drop it in and cover it over. By 7 o'clock every morning, the entire area was clean. We now have sanitation service trucks. We now giving you the garbage cans. We sending around the service, sir. We have the large metal program where if you have big items, right, that you can take them to call and tell them pick it up. Sir, the bulk waste program, thank you very much, Honourable Member. And I am grieved, sir, to see how people are coming on to Christmas week and see it again. They're going to clean out their house and put the old fridge and the old stove and the old furniture or whatever on the side of the road. The roaders are going to start, everybody going to start to complain, everybody going to call the MP and say, why would I don't move it? You put it there. All right. Sir, and the gullies. If Barbadians want to live in the future which we are crafting responsibly on their behalf, they have to play their part. And that includes not littering. Amen. Not littering. Amen. I will end here. Oh, no, too soon. I will end here.
Seems as though we got somebody else ruling the chair.
In foreign trade, we are working on deepening integration because we recognize that this battle and this fight which we are engaged in is not something that we can do alone. That we have to continue the work of mobilizing countries of like mind, and Barbados has to continue to provide the leadership in all of those arenas to enable us to help move the needle forward. And so we are going to be working with the ACS, and we're going to be working with SICA and CARICOM to be able to pull countries together and let us do things that will help take us forward. One of the things I would love to see is for us to build a regional approach to our waste management, because it's too costly for individual countries to do it alone. Sir, because I believe we can do this, because I believe Barbados at this time has the leadership and has people of intellect with the skills, both domestically and within our diaspora, to help make this program of reformation and transformation work. I believe that we can do this. And let me end by thanking all of my colleagues for your work. I pray you would continue to take care of yourself. It's a long journey, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, and therefore you have to find the resilience and ways to manage yourselves as you work together and as you work with your ministries to be able to effect this change. May God bless this wonderful little country. May God bless Barbados.
Honourable Member for St. Philip South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In days, as I often do, and say that had I gone the route that I should have gone by opening the batting, I wouldn't have to play, I have to get such a solid hand. But such is the times. I am sure that many of you would have enjoyed Carl Hooper and Viv Richards at the crease, where Viv would have played all the shots, while Hooper caressed the ball. Sir, I will attempt to do so. Mr. Speaker, I first want to reflect, sir, on the definition of polycrisis. And the reason why I'm doing this is because the Honourable Member for St. James South has captured so well what is happening globally that I feel it important for me to start there. And when I look at the English definition of polycrisis, it says a time of great disagreement, confusion, or suffering that is caused by many different problems happening at the same time, so that they together have a very big effect. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I can only state that if we are not mindful of the times we're living in, perhaps we can be carried away by the voices of the politically impotent who has chosen to masquerade across this country as if they have something to offer, when in truth and in fact, all it is a juxtaposing of all the negatives you can find against all the positive things that this government has been doing and will continue to do. Mr. Speaker, I would be the first to admit that I am one who is accustomed to participating in opposition discussions, certainly during my days on the Hill. It is one of the things that I enjoy tremendously. But when you find a situation as the Honourable Member for St. James South so aptly captured, where people are being led to believe that this country is being led down a path of disaster through debt that will pile up upon us in years to come, I ask myself, where is the common sense? That's the first thing. Barbados is so small. Barbados does not produce enough to be able to even consider how we will raise money off the backs of the people of this country in order for us to be able to look at a balance between debt and taxation, asking people, first of all, to reconsider their education, because those are the things that I am hearing coming out, that you may have to reconsider how you send your child to school again, which is something that was on the table under their administration, and that you will have to reconsider how you get health care in this country, because truth be told, you cannot raise the money to do it in the short term off the backs of the people. So what is left for you to do, sir, is to take advantage of the opportunities that are presenting themselves to Barbados at this point in time. And you will know when hitherto we were not in a position to be able to borrow any money at all on the international markets. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, this country was brought to its knees through the printing of money at the central bank in order for us to pay our bills, sir. And if you are telling me that that is the course that you intend to take again, I say to all Barbadians, be aware, Ossimore is returning to town. And we do not want another Ossimore situation. Mr. Speaker, we are living at a time, sir, when there are two main things that I think, and I call these the two planks. One, confidence. We are living at a time when a government must be able to lead and exhibit confidence to people who will only settle down if they are confident that you are providing the right type of leadership. And then the other thing you must do, Mr. Speaker, sir, you must be able to feed people. A person will come at you in the roughest way if they can't get access to food and reasonable food. That is the reason why we have in Barbados a Ministry of Food Security. Because the one thing that we cannot take for granted is that people are going to be able to find food when the pressure is on. Many times, sir, and you may recall, during the pandemic period, we had to get out in the trenches to provide food for people because people were suffering. And you start to feel the weight of it, sir, simply because those people started to push at you, because they wake up and recognize there's nothing to eat. And that's why we went for the national program to provide food for Barbadians, in addition to those who, through their constituency offices, was able to find some level of financing and support to be able to provide food. Mr. Speaker, you cannot tell me that a small country like Barbados must shy away from borrowing and make this country believe that we are going to put ourselves in a position without great sacrifice to the people, including garbage collection, Mr. Speaker, sir, and bus services. Those things we will have to review. And I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, that if you combine that with us being hit by a hurricane, or even a storm that is bad enough to put the most vulnerable at risk. And I'm saying so, sir, because I believe that we take for granted that every Barbadian will be able to withstand the vagaries of a natural disaster. And Hurricane Elsa and the freak storm are about two good examples. But I see high winds, Mr. Speaker, sir, taking people down because people are living at the end of the poverty line and are not able to provide for themselves the most comfortable or the best of shelter you can possibly find. And no matter what effort you put in, Mr. Speaker, sir, people will always be vulnerable in small island developing states. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why you must exhibit the leadership that is required to take us to the times. And Mr. Speaker, let's reflect for a moment. Post-World War II, Big Britain had to move to industrialization, but equally had to borrow money. And she was able to get financing in order to do her industrial projects. Many Barbadians left Barbados to go and work in the tube stations to help build those. Many Barbadians left here to go and work because they also had to expand communication, and that is the reason why you had more radio stations and telecommunications being developed. And then they went to a rapid education program so that people can go to school, people can be taught these things, and people actually had an opportunity to learn, to develop a trade, and to be able to become useful citizens. Sir, that was leadership for that time. It spilled over then, Mr. Speaker, sir, into the colonies. And here in this region, sir, you had leadership by those who, at the time, Grantley Adams being one, who started a revolution in this country with education to make sure people can land their feet and be able to look after themselves, because the state itself could not do it all. You had to find a way to help people to be able to get feet on ground. Then, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is no secret. Universal education came about through the Right Excellent Earl Barr, who took up Grantley Adams' program and expanded it. That was leadership for the time, sir. Then we came through a program of globalization, where then you had to get your economic variables right. You had to fix your micro fundamentals in order to establish your macro objectives in a world that was talking about globalization. And that's where the leadership of Owen Arthur, the late Owen Arthur, came in as well. Leadership for the times, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, following that, we went through a lost decade where this country had in excess of 20-something downgrades. And nobody wanted anything in the international market to do with Barbados. It is completely opposite now, sir. Everywhere you go in the world, people want to help us. People want to lend us money. And if that wasn't enough, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Member for St. George South just spoke about being elected to serve on a global committee that deals with housing, sir. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central is serving as well on a committee that deals with the environment. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South, sir, is serving on a global body that deals with people empowerment, sir. And this member is chairman of the executive committee of ministerial bodies within North America, Latin America, Africa. So that, Mr. Speaker, you can see the trending. That once upon a time you had a country in a lost decade that nobody wanted to touch you. Now all of a sudden, every one of these ministers, wherever they go, they have a voice, they want to be heard through leadership. So that, Mr. Speaker, we're not joking around with these issues. What is leadership for the times? Leadership for the times can't be cowed away about a discussion on debt. Leadership for the times must be able to carve out How you gonna create space in order for you to find the financial resources should you go through another crisis that is gonna take down the entire country, sir? And that is what this initiative, this debt restructuring, this natural disaster and pandemic deferment is all about, Mr. Speaker. So that is leadership for the times, and I give you the pass so you can see in context what great leaders do. And have you not prepared yourself? You don't know what's going to happen next, sir. What may happen next may take us all out. And the reason why I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, and I will perhaps want to take my time, we have a problem globally, not just in Barbados, with water availability. Do not take it lightly. I sat at an FAO conference in June, and there was a presentation by the Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore. And in his presentation, he made it absolutely clear to all in attendance and to the world that the direction the world is going in due to the climate crisis we are facing is going to make it extremely challenging for us to provide food, Mr. Speaker, because we are dealing with problems not only with droughts, but you can see with the rainfall pattern that we have now, we're getting too much rain for agriculture. So unless you put systems in place to harvest and store that water, you're going to put people in problems with flooding. He made the point that we have reached the point where we moved away from agroforestry in agriculture to cutting down trees, sir, deforestation. And as a consequence, Mr. Speaker, sir, we now have messed up the entire rotation, and we've caused problems with climate change and have worsened the situation. Mr. Speaker, were this just a Barbados problem, I would be able to say as Minister of Agriculture, so Plan B may be to see who we can import from. But as Minister of Agriculture, I don't have such luxuries. Because you saw what happened in the Suez Canal. When ships were backed up and couldn't come, prices went up. And so therefore, we still have not yet recovered from it, because you do know the moment prices get the flexibility of going up, they're always very sticky to come back down, sir. Then, Mr. Speaker, sir, you had the Russia-Ukraine conflict, sir. And everything, major inputs in agriculture, fertilizers, etc., your grains to make you feed took a hit. Prices went up, you couldn't get access. Mr. Speaker, sir, Panama Canal. The drought situation is now hitting the Panama Canal. And so containers now are backed up as well and can't get through. And those who have the financial wherewithal to be able to forge their way through will result in you having to carry the additional costs, because costs will always be passed on. And Mr. Speaker, it's almost as if you're in some kind of, and I refer to it as Matrix, where Morpheus went for this young man and told him, you gotta save the world because there are viruses out there. And so through some thermal energy, he had to be connected to a system that puts him to go and fight the Matrix. And then the amount of blows that he took in such a difficult situation, sir, is exactly the epitome of what's happening to this country. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, when I say to you that that was a struggle, I feel as though in my mind, these are the same things we're actually living, Mr. Speaker, sir. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when I sat on my bed in Miami and turned on my television to watch the news, I saw these strikes going on in Palestine and the Gaza Strip getting licked out. And I tell myself, well, two things. One, I want to go to Miami real fast. And the other one is, what happens next. Because equally, we do understand that these things will have a knock-on effect so that they start to interfere with the things that we need most. And the things that we need most will be food for sure and confidence. Because if your people are not confident enough that you can take them through the crisis, sir, then you will find that you have those people to deal with. Mr. Speaker, I feel that if we didn't have the negotiating skills, sir, first of all, the vision to put down as a government, sir, as a cabinet, Mr. Speaker, sir, as an economics team, the ability to first craft, frame, and execute, and then the negotiating skills, sir, to be able to get us to where we are going, sir, with this, then we could find ourselves in no man's land as we did during the last decade. And Mr. Speaker, well, many of you would have picked up the newspaper today and see that because of the heat, our poultry industry is battling with mortality. Never before has it been like this. And therefore, what you have to do now is already put your backup plan in place. You don't watch people talking and do nothing. So I already started to put your backup plan in place. Eggs were on the sea and they're going to be here. 6 containers of eggs are going to land here in Barbados so that we can have eggs for Christmas, because it's one of the suppliers that provided most of the eggs had to shut down simply because of the heat. No fault of anybody's own. It's part of the climate crisis. But you will have eggs because the eggs are here. They're coming. Mr. Speaker, the same goes for poultry. I've already asked for them to ramp up hatching. You have a 6 to 9 weeks period. So if you ramp up your hatching, sir, and then you do your supplementation, because we know already that we have to continue to get chicken wings. And so those are the plans, sir, that we are putting to avert any crisis. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that oftentimes so much noise is taking place. It doesn't give the truth a chance to prevail, and that is the reason why we have to stand here and give voice to the truth to make sure the people of Barbados are reminded that they are in good hands under good leadership, sir. And so, Mr. Speaker, I know that I've been asked to reduce my time at the crease. Sir, I wouldn't want for you to call me. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, there are quite a few notes that I have here that I think we can come back to, and I may find a space to come back to them later. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I fully support this bill, and I want every Barbadian to have the confidence to understand that when you're in good hands, you know it, because the world also is paying attention and want to take your people to help lead them out of the crisis. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I genuinely want to thank honourable members for their contributions this morning. And I think it is instructive that the public hears the perspective not just of the government, but applying, sir, a very, very, very clear and strong filter to what we are hearing emanating from other circles. And I say that specifically, sir, because as the honourable member for St. James South raised in her contribution, people are using social media, if you like, sir, to drive fear into the hearts of Barbadians at a time, sir, when, as you know, the world is becoming increasingly challenged, and therefore the path that the government of Barbados had set this country on, given when we took office 5 years ago, sir, I believe still is the course for us to take. We are very clear and conscious that all of the challenges that are facing us, and as the Honourable Member for St. Philip South just indicated, circumstances continue to change quickly, sir, on us, and the government has to take policy decisions as well as give directives in relation to how matters that are really private matters, sir, but obviously have consequences for the country, that as a government we have a responsibility to execute, sir, and we continue to do that because we understand, sir, what it takes to govern a country. And I will respond to a few things, sir, that have raised since we opened this debate a couple of weeks ago, and certainly in relation to what has been printed in some of the editorials recently, and it's something that we must be mindful of. And I will share this little bit of anecdote with you, sir, because last week, Tuesday, after the Prime Minister gave her ministerial statement here in Parliament to address the global minimum tax rules that Barbados is implementing as part of the international architecture, I had the occasion to just make a small contribution on down to brass tacks later that afternoon. And whilst I was waiting to come online, there was a gentleman on the radio expressing his concern about debt in Barbados. And as I listened very carefully to him, sir, because I appreciate that people may have legitimate concerns about that, and because all of us, sir, in our personal lives, when things become a bit strained and you can't manage your liabilities, sir, obviously that gives pressure to how you would manage your own circumstances. And therefore, I believe, sir, any citizen of this country has the right to question the government and to be able to ask the government questions legitimately about what it's doing, what the government is doing on their behalf. So I have no difficulty at all with that. So as I listened to the gentleman express his concern about debt, sir, he said something that caused me to just pause a little bit. Because the Honourable Member for St. James South hit the nail on the head, but he made a specific reference, and he said that this government, meaning the Barbados Labour Party government, will not get his support, sir, and that he will vote for, and he called your, the person who ran against you, he will vote for that person because he is concerned, sir, about that. So I naturally started to listen more carefully. And it struck me, sir, that when this government came to office and we did all of the mission critical agenda, sir, including, sir, addressing the very thing that was causing this country, sir, to be in sufferation. The very thing, sir, that caused a government to remove tuition fees to help build social capital in this country, sir, which changes, sir, the trajectory of the growth trajectory for this country, causing, sir, our inability to be able to have proper services delivered to the public, sir. I said to myself, well, clearly, it is that we have done so much, sir, that we have not been able to sufficiently communicate with people what we have done, what we are doing, and what we will continue to do. So I took that feedback, if you like, sir, to heart, because I asked myself, was this gentleman equally concerned, sir, when the country was being downgraded every 6 months, sir, every 3 months, sir? Was he equally concerned then, sir? And he specifically said, sir, that he was concerned about the $14 billion in debt that we have now. I asked myself, sir, was he concerned when the debt was $18 billion, sir? And no plan for how it will be repaid, sir? And I reflect, sir, very carefully that as we continue to work hard and as we continue to ensure that we can govern this country well, sir, and repair Barbados' reputation such that, sir, if any Minister of Finance from Barbados today engages any multilateral, sir, any bank, sir, that there is an open and a willingness, sir, to be able to lend the government of Barbados money again, sir, in a way that was not the case, sir, 5 years ago. That is not by accident, sir, but the gentleman said he is concerned. So we publish our medium-term debt strategy, as you know, sir, in this chamber, because part of how we have reformed the public finance management system, sir, is that we publish information, sir. We publish information on debt. We have a mid-year review, sir, which we have to do very soon, sir, in relation to that. We've done the fiscal framework, sir. We've put more information, sir, into the public space. But yet the gentleman said he's concerned about debt. Now, you hear people on the radio say, oh man, the government borrowing this, the government borrowing that, and this is the next and the third. So I don't want to just say, sir, that when we did the debt restructuring 5 years ago, sir, there was a grace period, sir, of 4 years where we paid only interest. So normally, sir, as if you go to down Broad Street, sir, you get a loan, sir. Every month that you pay back that loan, sir, peace is the principal and peace is the interest, sir. Everybody knows that. But because, sir, of the country's inability just to keep track, sir, with paying salaries, paying for goods and services, the government owed everybody in this country, sir, something in 2018, sir. But we had to put a program in place, sir, so that we could settle, sir, the arrears that the last government, sir, allowed to build up, had no clear plan as to how they was going to pay people, sir, far less even deliver the public services. We had to have a plan for how we would resolve that. So I shall repeat it again, sir. We had a 4-year grace period for the payment of principal. We only paid interest, sir. That period came to an end, sir, on September 30th of 2022. Sir, 2022. Which is just over a year ago, sir. And since then, sir, the government of Barbados has commenced the repayment of principal and interest, sir. At a very time, sir, as you know, that global interest rates, sir, have risen sharply as the world seeks to address the issues in relation to inflation, sir. And therefore, it should not surprise anybody, sir, as we have said in this chamber, and I've said wherever I had the opportunity to say it, sir, that when we restart the domestic capital market, sir, that how we do that is going to be important, because in the face of being able to adjust to the international side, sir, on that side, that we need to make sure that we can do that. And we have started, sir. We started with the issuance of boss bonds, sir. We started with the issuance very recently, sir, of treasury bills. 91-day treasury bills, sir, in the normal way that we used to do before. And part and parcel of the strategy, sir, is that as we continue to pay down debt, sir, which we have to, because there's nothing worse, sir, than, as you know, sir, people that's come and ask you for a $100 bill, sir, and they're going to pay you back. And when you see them, sir, they can't make eye contact with you because they then never had any intention of paying you back, sir. And nobody, sir, is ever to look the government of Barbados in the eye, sir, and come to that conclusion. And therefore, this government, sir, we have worked hard to ensure, sir, that we can pay people, sir, when the obligations come due. As I said earlier, sir, there are times when we've had some challenges with respect to cash flow. So I say that openly. Because you recall, sir, when we had the ash fall, when we had the storm, sir, and I know the honourable member for St. James South addressed that quite clearly, because I don't know where the opposition believes, sir, that the government's ability, sir, to respond to persons with respect to that housing, sir, where were we going to get the money, sir, in such a short period of time to respond to rebuilding those houses, sir, if you didn't borrow the money? In the middle of COVID, sir, and you remember, sir, the Delta wave in the summer of 2021, sir, when we had about 4 or 5 schools, in addition to Harrison Point, sir, and Paragon, being used as isolation facilities because the numbers were so large, sir, to respond to COVID, that we had to press those institutions into place. No, sir, I don't know where people believe that the government got the money from. But let me explain, sir, that the monies that were borrowed during COVID, sir, those weren't monies that the government of Barbados planned to borrow. We had no plan to borrow money for COVID, sir, because we never saw COVID coming, sir. And right now, sir, the stock of our debt is about $1.3 billion higher than it ordinarily would be, sir, simply because of COVID. So when the airport shut, sir, not a plane ain't coming in. $2 billion, sir, approximately in economic activity, sir, that was lost for the rest of the year. $600 million in revenue, sir, in 2020 alone, that the government did not take in, sir, but we had to respond. And the people saw where we responded, sir. So, had we not had the ability, having done address the mission critical agenda, of which debt was a part, sir, I don't know where this country would have been able to respond to COVID, sir, because I can guarantee you, if COVID had come in 2018, sir, in 2018, instead of 2020, sir, then I don't know where the members of the Democratic Labour Party would be talking today. But I know that this country was simply, sir, not in a position to address any of those issues, sir. But this government, sir, having done the reforms that we had undertaken, we were in the position to be able to access resources, sir, to respond to the benefit of the people. Now, COVID clearly had its impact, sir, and therefore, when the honourable member for St. James South said that every Bajan today, sir, yes, we had to borrow the money. Yes, it has to be repaid. And to the extent that the things that we can do to drive growth, sir, which means, sir, that you got to get up, sir, and go work early, put in 100%, sir. Do what you can today, because don't leave nothing for tomorrow, sir, because that is how we are going to be able to ensure that people can keep their jobs, that more money can circulate in the economy, sir. But if you start slacking, sir, and leaving things to tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, sir, then it means that you're going to end up, sir, in a logjam. Things will not happen as quickly as they ought to. And therefore, whether you're a public servant or whether you're in the private sector, sir, that is what Barbados need to be focused on in relation to driving growth in the economy in order to help us to be able to ensure that 10, 15, 20 years down the road, sir, that as the debt comes due, that you're in a position, sir, to be able to repay. And, sir, this is not an esoteric discussion, sir. It's not. And therefore, when people are out there trying to fan fear, and it's not the kind of fanfare of glory, sir, but fan fear in the context of people who are the most vulnerable, then we as a government have to be concerned. And whilst I know that these are things that people are not, I mean, in the scheme of things, people really shouldn't have to worry about the government. And I believe that, sir, in my heart of hearts. You should never have to worry about the government. But the people that I talk to on a daily basis, sir, I know that they're not concerned about the government. But we have to address these issues because if they take root, people can make decisions, sir, that will not be to their benefit. And I, sir, do not ever want to see the day that we can go back to the kind of governance or lack thereof that we had, sir, under the previous administration, that would erode, sir, the gains that we have made as a country, not just in a tangible way, but is perhaps more the intangible, because people are giving Barbados today, sir, the benefit of any doubt simply because we are honoring our word, sir, with respect to how we execute this Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program. And it is not easy, sir. And I know that there are some people out there who would like to take pot shots, which is what they do. But I think, sir, what would be perhaps more productive is if they could find some economists who would be prepared, sir, to do some groundwork with them to see how they can come and enhance or add on to what we are doing. But they don't want to do that, sir, because they're not capable of doing that. And it is a shame, sir, because we have all invested, sir, in education and building strong social capital in this country. And I think that if you want to govern this country, sir, you've got to be serious. You've got to be serious. And therefore, as the world becomes more and more challenging, sir, this is the time, sir, for trying to figure out who could be the better this or the better that, sir. It is Warm Barbados. And Warm Barbados means, sir, that we have to pool all of our resources to ensure, sir, that we are all paddling in the same direction. Because it's war in the Middle East today, sir, war in Europe tomorrow. Next thing you know, something break up closer to where we are, sir, and all hell break loose. But we have to remain absolutely focused, sir, as Mr. Barroso said, sir, friends of all, satellites of none, and be very firm, sir, in your conviction in relation to that. And therefore, as we engage internationally, sir, to get the type of reforms, the agenda that we want to see benefiting small island states, sir, it can be that they're still talking about you concerned about debt, when by any objective measure, sir, by any objective measure, because on the one hand, sir, I know that this credit rating agencies and the Democratic Party, sir, they don't like them. But the fact that they don't like them, sir, is irrelevant. Because at the end of the day, sir, by any objective measure, those same agencies are now saying that there's a bright future for Barbados. Upgrade, sir, with respect to our credit status, sir. And therefore, that message, I am seeing resonated, sir, wherever we go to engage people to determine how is Barbados going to finance its way through responding to this climate crisis, whilst at the same time, sir, holding our end of the bargain, sir, in relation to supporting the sustainable development goals. Which means, sir, clean water. Clean water, sir. I think raise it again here, clean water, sir. Because as much rain that we see falling here now, today, in the next few months, sir, in the next few months, we could very well, sir, be looking at another set of water restrictions, again, depending, sir, on how dry the dry season is, sir. And therefore, the news, sir, that the European Union last week gave approval for the European Investment Bank to support the Debt for Climate program that the government is now operating, sir. Because you remember last time I was here, sir, and I spoke to you about the matters that were circulating then, which, as I said, sir, just demonstrates for me a complete lack of understanding as to how water resources are managed in the country. And I know that since then we've seen some responses, but that needs to be circulated even more aggressively, sir. But the reality is, sir, that we are using liability management, and you know what was interesting, sir? The title, I don't normally see these files before, but they still come into Parliament digitally, sir. But the title of this file here, 5739008, is actually called Liability Management Operations, sir. So aptly named because the government, sir, is proactively using liability management, sir, to unlock resources so as not to increase the debt, sir, so that we can respond to providing critical water resources for this country moving forward, to address some of the same issues that the Minister for Agriculture just raised in relation to the fact that how agriculture is structured and delivered, sir, going forward is going to make a substantive difference, sir, to how Bajans live in this country going forward. And therefore, it's not just the issue of the upgrade of a sewage plant, sir. This is going to transform the way that water resources are managed in this country. It will make a difference, sir, substantively to the farmers who are engaged in the space, and it will make a substantive difference, sir, to the amount of water that is available to Barbadians, sir, to drink and do whatever God to do, sir, when the day comes. Because I don't ever want to see again, sir, a time where we have 4 months of water restrictions again. And that was the first time in my living memory, sir, that we've had water restrictions for so long. And therefore, you can either put your hands in the air and say, well, I don't want to do nothing about it, sir, or you're going to take the responsibility for crafting an intervention, sir, that you know is not just fiscally prudent, but it actually meets the needs of the country, sir, at the very time, sir, that it is needed. But, sir, I will not expect such from those who call themselves the opposition, because, sir, they spent 10 years, sir, trying to, and they did so very successfully, sir, show the people why, sir, they should never, ever be near the Treasury again, sir. And I have no doubt, sir, that the people in their judgment, sir, understand that the world, sir, that we are living in is becoming uncertain. Each of us, as representatives, as their representatives, sir, because when I leave here, sir, and I go to a meeting overseas, I'm not going here because it's a restaurant, sir, I want to go to a meeting. I'm going on behalf of the people of Barbados. All of us in this chamber going on behalf of the people of Barbados, sir. And we do so because, one, as I said earlier, people want to hear what's Barbados' view. On any issue, sir, people want to know what's Barbados' view, sir. And on hearing Barbados' view, it unlocks doors and opportunities, sir, so that ordinary Barbadians back here can see the benefits of us putting Barbados' view on any position globally, sir. So this piece of legislation here, sir, is something that we crafted as part of our mission critical agenda 5 years ago as we restart the domestic capital market. Going forward, this will become a feature because we believe fundamentally, sir, that in the event of some significant disruption to the economy, sir, whether it's a pandemic, some natural disaster, or whatever it is, sir, that there must be clarity in relation to how people will be paid with respect to the debt. And therefore, it gives certainty to creditors. It gives access to resources for the government to respond to whatever the issue is, sir, without having to scratch your head, sir, about where do I go and find the money, which will cause you to increase debt. Because you remember, sir, a few years ago, when the first hurricane hits and kicks, I believe it was 2002. If my memory serves me correctly, I believe it was 2002. The hurricane hits and kicks, sir, 2002. They went and borrowed money, sir, to rebuild. And whilst they were rebuilding, sir, a second hurricane came in 2004, sir, and they had to go and borrow another set of money to rebuild that which was destroyed. So you had 2 sets of debt, sir, piling up to respond effectively, sir, to the same thing. And therefore, these clauses, so for the benefit of the opposition and those who might have some concern about that, and perhaps legitimately so, these clauses, sir, would allow this country to utilize resources that would ordinarily be required to pay debt to respond to an emergency. And once you have the 2-year suspension, sir, it means that you're using the resources for debt, either to build houses, to do what you have to do, sir, to respond, so that you don't have to increase debt to respond, sir, to disaster. Because it's a basic principle. And therefore, we believe, and as I said at the time, sir, we don't want necessarily to experience the disaster to get that relief. That's not necessarily we don't want that. The provision is there. We want to build resilience, as I indicated, sir. But the provision is there so that the country does not, sir, incur new debt as a result of a disaster, as a result of a pandemic. But that does not mean, sir, and I just want to make it clear, it does not mean that you do not need financing in order to ensure that the cash flow and the delivery of goods and services continue in the country, sir. And therefore, it must be understood and clearly said that these clauses are critical. But cash flow, sir, because as you know, after a disaster, sir, there's always a period of time where, as you know, sir, the first thing you have to do after a disaster of some sort is that you have to reestablish security. And that is the most important thing, sir, for anything to happen. And therefore, by establishing security and making sure that everything can run as it's supposed to, then you start thinking about, well, where's the revenue going to come from to actually, because this money doesn't naturally fall out the sky, you know, sir. The money has to be collected from somewhere. So if your economy is disrupted, as was the case with Dominica, where you lost 200% of GDP, sir, where the place lick up, no functioning economy, sir, then the clause was useful, unless you're actually generating activity, sir, to collect the revenue to use for the rebuilding process. You will still need, sir, cash resources to actually respond to people. Whether that is getting food, sir, whether that's getting water, you know the drill, sir. To repair houses, you will need resources to be able to do this thing. And that is why the government of Barbados, as we've come to this chamber, we have a contingent credit line facility with the IDB. If Barbados was to be hit with a hurricane tomorrow, and it devastated the country sufficient that we needed to invoke these clauses, sir, that will automatically unlock $80 million, sir, in liquidity support, because the principle is sound, sir, but you still need cash to respond immediately, sir. Because you would respond immediately, get security, get things back up and going, so that if your economy can restart fully, we say within 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 3 months, let's say reasonably, sir, that if you can get your economy to restart within 3 months fully, then it means you've got the rest of the 2-year period to use the revenue that would ordinarily go towards paying for debt to help do some of the other repairs and the major stuff that you're doing. So you still need, sir, cash to deliver the relief, sir, that you would expect to be delivered from any government, sir. And therefore, it must not be taken away that this thing is just going to generate money from the sky. People still have to get up and go to work, sir, pay taxes and do what they have to do in order for us to be able to use those resources, sir, in the way that they're intended. But, sir, I would not expect those who are just across the way, sir, to appreciate these issues, because, quite frankly, sir, they never took their responsibility seriously as a government, sir, to address these critical issues. And to the extent that this government has had to implement serious reforms, sir, and engage internationally in order to allow for these same clauses to be adopted as part of the British Initiative, sir, is an important achievement, one, but it shows what a focused government can do, that it can take a situation, sir, as we faced 5 years ago, with sewage, sir, flowing all over the South Coast. And I look at the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, and I always, whenever I see him, I shake my head, because I remember at that time, sir, and I'm sure he remembers it very, very well. I remember that time, sir, the pressure that he and his team at the ministry was under, sir, to get a solution to this sewage off of the streets of Barbados. Something that up until us taking office, sir, seemed insurmountable for the last government. And it cannot be lost on anyone in this country that what this government has been able to achieve for the benefit of Barbadians, and all it took, sir, was simple, hard work for each of us coming to work every day and providing the leadership, sir, and motivation for these people in our ministry, sir, to know that whatever circumstance, sir, this country finds itself in, that the Barbados Labour Party, sir, has the resources and the team to be able to lead it through, sir, to any opportunity that we know that we can redound to the benefit of this country. And that is not an idle boast, sir. I see that ministry by ministry by ministry by ministry, sir. So, yes, sir, people may have legitimate concerns about that. And rightly so. Rightly so. Because when you are accustomed to a government not paying its bills, you would be concerned. But I say to Barbadians, you take the track record of Barbados Labour Party between 2018 and 2023, and the government, last government from 2008 to 2018, and it is chalk and cheese. So you should not have the same concerns today, sir, as you did 5 years ago. So from my perspective, sir, and I can only be biased, sir, because I've seen how this government, we have transformed the management of the public finances. We have been able to respond, sir, to almost every single shock that has come our way in the best way that we can, sir. You understand? And we've been able to do that, sir, without batting an eye. Simply because, sir, we know when to, as the Prime Minister says, sir, when to press brakes or when to press gas, sir, in order to make sure that you're balancing what you need to be able to balance, sir. And it is not an easy exercise. But we have come to the people. We've given them a very clear policy prescription with respect to the BERT program, sir. We are executing that BERT program, so you will know, sir, that there's no, how should I put it? You recall, sir, there were plenty medium-term fiscal strategies and all kinds of things, sir. Every few months, something changing. It is BERT, sir. We updated BERT from the end of the first program that was supported to BERT 2. It's still the same thing, only paused because of COVID-19, sir. Only paused because of COVID-19. And we've updated, but it's still BERT, sir. And the people of Barbados, sir, can know that as we go forward, sir, with respect to the governance of this country, that yes, we have to borrow. But as we borrow, sir, we're paying down. We're paying down, sir. We're using liability management, sir, a fancy word for saying that instead of incurring new debt, sir, we meet with people who will agree a framework that allows us to be able to pay a debt at a lower interest rate, and the difference between the interest that you ordinarily would be paying, sir, if you, let's say, for example, you were paying interest at 8%, and you get a new instrument that is now paying 4%, we take the difference, that 4% difference, sir, and say that money that would ordinarily go to people to pay the debt, you can use that now to upgrade the sewage plant. We can use that to do the marine spatial planning. We use that to do whatever it is, sir, so that people and their concerns about debt, sir, will be lessened because they will see that the government is using a responsible approach, an innovative approach, which is being supported globally. Globally. So if the Democratic Labour Party or anybody else out there knows of anybody that wants to come and work with the government of Barbados to see how we can better use our existing debt stock to deliver for the people, I'm happy to have that conversation, sir. Because those are the conversations that I have on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, sir, with institutions from the IMF, the World Bank, IDB, CDB, sir, CAF, the European Investment Bank, sir, and a few others, sir. I won't call those names just yet because the timing is not quite right for that. But as we seek, sir, to do our climate investment plan to support our Roofs to Reach program, sir, it has to be financed. And building resilience in Barbados requires financing. Financing for the government, financing for the private sector, sir. And therefore, that is the path that we are operating on, and that is the path that we will execute, because being able to mobilize, as we call it, sir, private sector resources to respond to the climate crisis is part of the strategy, sir, with respect to us being able to get Barbados, sir, to a place where by 2030, we have built sufficient resilience, and we're able to unlock opportunities, sir, for Barbadians in a way that hitherto, sir, we have not been able to do. And so, sir, I am not going to spend any more time on that, but we are going to do our part, work with all of the stakeholders, the member for Christchurch East and his team, to craft a very clear communication strategy, sir, for what we have done, what we are doing, and how it is going to benefit, sir, and benefiting ordinary Barbadians. Because it is clear to me, sir, that if we don't do that, then people can start to form different things. Now, the truth is, sir, I accept that I'm a politician now. Because 10 years ago, sir, when I wrote that first article about where Barbados was heading, I end on this, sir, because in one of the editorials today, it said that we were on this road before. I don't know which road they're referring to, but the road that Barbados is on today, sir, is not the same road that Barbados was on 5 years ago, sir, when we took up office. And there can be no comparison at all about any road that Barbados is on today, sir. And that is metaphorically, physically, literally, however you want to put it, sir. No road that Barbados is on today that you can compare with where the road or the cat road that we were on 5 years ago, sir. And I don't say that in a boastful way, sir. That is just the stark reality. It is just the stark reality. Now, this country, sir, owes its development success to being able to deploy strategically, sir, debt in a proactive way. And therefore, as we seek to continue to build capital in this country, sir, we're doing education reform, we're doing work within the health sector, we're building resilience within the agricultural sector, sir. We're doing work within the context of being able to boost industrial production, sir. We're doing work in the marine space that is going to require resources, sir. And therefore, we cannot underscore the importance, sir, of using debt responsibly to the long-term benefit, sir, of this country. And so, sir, with those very few words, I beg to move, sir, that this bill be read a second time. I'm obliged to you.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
Question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Thinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Thinks the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Chair, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. All honourable members in favour, say aye. All honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
Chair, I beg to move that you do no report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Wait. The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee. Our member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
Question is that the bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the Debt, Natural Disaster and Pandemic Deferment of Payments Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2023.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that we do now suspend the chamber until 3:10 for lunch, sir.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until 3:10 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands suspended until 3:10 p.m. gonna do it? This sitting is resumed.
Recommittal of government notices.
Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of a resolution to seek the concurrence of the Honourable the House of Assembly in the amendment made by the Honourable the Senate to the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2023.
Yeah, no, Recommittal of government business, sir. Order number 10, in the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing and Lands, House and Rural Development. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, to move the passing of a resolution to approve, in accordance with Section 5 of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 228, the compulsory acquisition by the state of parcels of land situate at Work Hall in the parish of St. Philip in this island for the public purpose of regularizing a squatter's housing area.
Honorable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Time is running out and I wouldn't want to detain the House. But this resolution, Mr. Speaker, the whole acquisition of 7 parcels of land at Work Hall, some 4 acres or 16,172.2 square meters for the public purpose of regularizing an informal housing settlement. And Mr. Speaker, let me begin by speaking basically on the informal housing settlement. United Nations Habitat define 3 main criteria for informal settlements. And I want to start there, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, the inhabitants, have no security of tenure and vis-a-vis the land or the dwellings they inhabit, ranging from squatting to informal renting of houses. Secondly, they spoke of the residents being cut off from services and good infrastructure, basic services, roads, water, electricity. And thirdly, they spoke on the fact that the housing may not comply with town planning, or as we would call it, current building and planning regulations for these areas. And they define these areas as hazardous areas and having absent the relevant government permission. And I start there, Mr. Speaker, because last week in this honorable chamber, I want to thank the member for Christchurch West who introduced the resolution with respect to the vesting of lands at Dodge to site some 142 houses. And the reason for that acquisition, Mr. Speaker, was to address another informal settlement at Rock Hall in the parish of St. Philip, which is in the jurisdiction of my good friend, the parliamentary representative for St. Philip South. And yet again, we are in that area seeking to acquire these lands, 4 acres, vesting in the state, and thereafter for sale at peppercorn rate to the average citizens. Mr. Speaker, this government, since coming to office, saw the need to not only regularize these informal settlements, such as Rock Hall, But to address the needs and the plights of working class people, we usually refer to the term poor people who occupy these settlements. And Work Hall is no different. And why I'm going towards the policy enunciated in this August chamber by yours truly and before me, the member for Christchurch West, where we recognize the need to, in an effort to provide affordable housing and resilient housing for working class people, we sought to cap the price of land as well as the price of services as a policy initiative. Because we recognize that in an effort to empower and enfranchise our people at the lower end of the spectrum, we have indeed to provide affordable and resilient housing. Prior to us coming to office, we can easily say that the price of land in this country were in the teens, the cost per square feet. We could not get any land below $15 a square foot, $12 a square foot. And when we analyze working class people, persons who take in home, on average, $2,500 a month net, even as high as $3,000 a month net. And we are speaking idly about empowering these persons by selling them lands at $25 a square foot in rural Barbados and urban Barbados. Do the math, Mr. Speaker. It clearly was not adding up. So we had to create a policy when coming to office and announcing. We went to cabinet and approved by the colleagues here. Then we came to Parliament and we said, the price of land for working class people will be capped at a maximum of $12 a square foot. And the price of services will be capped at $5 a square foot. That's the cap. But we know very well, Mr. Speaker, that if you break that down to dollars and cents, that is still relatively high. But we are catering to different income groups. So we recognize the need to address settlements like this and sell the land to our people based on the Freehold Tenancies Purchase Act that was implemented by this government at $2.50 a square foot maximum. So, Mr. Speaker, there are, as we say, horses for courses, and we indeed have enunciated and implemented policies to address the plight of our working class people and persons who live in these settlements. I am a fan of St. Philip. I spend a lot of time with my dear friend traversing the nooks and the crannies of St. Philip. And I recall a few nights back in that year of 2018, sir, where we stood up in Work Hall and we echoed from a platform that shall remain nameless, but that you know. And we promised the people of Work Hall that we will regularize their tenancy and we will give them the opportunity to own a piece of this rock. And we are here today, Mr. Speaker, 5 years after. Some may say it has taken long. In our terms, this has taken long. But in other terms, in previous governments, we have done exceptionally well to be here after 5 years. And while I don't want to get into semantics and the discussion on what we did when we came to office, it is known. We had a lot of things to do when we came to office. Mission critical, addressing that. We spoke on that earlier. Not that we have lost sight of regularizing informal settlements but we had other pressing matters to do, but we are here today. And basically we have some 9 parcels of land, if I'm reading well. 4 acres of land. And there are approximately 32 structures on this land. And the major challenge with this, if you follow the United Nations definition of informal settlement, the lack of access to basic services. And we saw only recently in St. Michael, where the fire was. Near Rihanna Drive, where we had some difficulty. The member for Christchurch East, and he can speak to this more so than I, because the fire service falls under his portfolio. And I read the challenges being able to navigate those small avenues. And they have said that every second for a fire, we lose so much ground with respect to the destruction of dwelling places. So every second that is lost, where you don't have access to water or you can't get access to address these issues. Paris Gap and Westbury Road, that's the place. And while we stand here, and the member for St. Michael West, this is best to make sure that those 22 persons, 4 families, were indeed taken care of. And I want to compliment the member for St. Michael West today, who did what he had to do to ensure that those 22 persons, those 4 families, had some place to stay and still have some place to stay up to today. And that is what we do as a government. We look after people's interests. But I went there to say that even those services were in Paris Gap, Westbury Road, we were unable, in accordance to the chief fire officer or the acting chief, we were unable to perform the task as effectively as he wanted to, as a result of lack of access. But that is where services are. But let's discuss where we don't have services, where we don't have fire hydrants, where we don't have access to water, good access to water. And we know what are some of the challenges that we face there. You know, when we speak about Rock Hall, and this is not a Rock Hall debate, and we hear, and member for St. Philip South, you spoke eloquently today with respect to those persons, and the member for Christchurch East Central in his wrap-up, and the member for St. James South. I think the three you touched on it. Where we have the naysayers going on the call input programs and seeking to minimize the value that we have brought to this country in addressing informal settlements. Who live in these informal settlements? People, working class people, poor people, who cannot buy land at $12 a square foot or $15 a square foot, and who rely on us to create policy that their children can live comfortable in this country. And that is where I'm going, because you hear the naysayers, and I have to be fair to some people in this country who are ignorant to the facts, and who, when you explain to them, they say, yes, I understand where you're going, and I understand what this government is doing. Because you would hear a person say, they're going to give people a house who were squatting. We're not giving the people a house. We're providing the opportunity that they can own their homes. It's not free, but at the end of the day, we still have to make sure that we cater to those persons in informal settlements. Why? One person told me, and this is no disrespect, but the phrase that they use, a lot of foreigners live in those informal settlements and you're all giving houses to foreigners. And I simply say to them, there are non-Barbadians who came here years ago. They had relationships with Barbadians, men and women, and they produce children who go to school with your children, who rub shoulders with your children. So we as a government must turn our back on the ordinary children at Bailey's Primary School, member for St. Philip South, and all the ordinary public schools in St. Philip. That is how we came through, you know. Every single member in this chamber, we came through public schools. My grandfather was Jamaican. Pedro. My grandfather was Jamaican. But he was conceived as a result of that journey through the Panama Canal back in the days. Then his mother, Miss Moore, met a Sutherland from Spanish Town. Yes, that's the history. I'm a Caribbean, a product of Caribbean unity, CSME. And I'm sure some of us, when we travel to various islands, we meet our families. Some were even conceived outside of Barbados, in first world countries. But this is our home, this is our land. And while I may speak to you this evening and say to you that I have some Jamaican in me, I'm a proud product of Barbados. School here, university here, that's still school. Work here, had the opportunity to work outside in the Caribbean. And here I am, a working class boy from Ellerton, an artisan as a father, a school me server as a mother. We weren't squatters, but at the end of the day, we must give those children the same opportunity that each and every one of us had to serve this country at the highest level or to become the best professional or whatever skill set they choose to enter into, whether teaching, engineering, even if they want to be artisans and own their own companies, we must provide the same level of support for these young Barbadians. Because when we stand in this chamber and we do this work, we are not doing this work, member, for St. James South for 3 years down the road. I was the Minister of Youth, and I thank the Prime Minister for giving me the opportunity to serve in 3 ministries in 5 years. So I was able to see different views in terms of how ministers think, how public servants think, and they hold strong views about their area that they represent. But as Minister of Youth, one of the most powerful things that I always hold dear to, and I still do, that this government is preparing Barbados, not for 2 years down the road, but for 50 years down the road. and beyond. So when we regularize these settlements, we're indeed making Barbados the best place to live, do business, raise a family, and as I always end off, a place of good vibes. So, Mr. Speaker, as I introduce this resolution, I won't be long, but I have a few things to say with respect to where we are as a country and the work that we have done as a government in terms of addressing informal settlements. And Work Hall, the acquisitions of land at Work Hall, provides the opportunity to improve the living conditions of residents in that area. Regularizing the status of residents, making them tenants of the state. It allows now for the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance to survey the facility and to facilitate the sale of the land to these individuals so they can own a piece of this rock. That is what we are doing. That's what we are doing. This enables the persons to have what we call security of tenure, providing them with land as an asset. They can leverage, and I say leverage, Barbadians, they can use as collateral at any financial institution and allowing them to make any improvements to their property as so desired. And you can only do that if you own it. So the state has to get involved to regularize these informal settlements. And it also allows us to improve the infrastructure of this country. We spoke about that today. The member for St. Michael's Southeast, she would tell you the work that she's doing in building roads, because when we acquired this land as a state, and then we offer it for sale to these residents at peppercorn rates, we are not doing anything different. We will improve the infrastructure. Hopefully there won't be any fires. But other than we speaking about fires, there are other services such as electricity and telephone and water that we need in an effort to live. The water, especially, we heard it, the member for Christchurch East Central in his wrap-up on this debt bill today, spoke about water immensely. We heard the member for Christchurch West Central in his presentation today, spoke on the importance of water. The member for Christchurch, the member for St. James Central, and also for St. James South. So whatever we are doing here, the security of tenure and empowering working class people, member for St. Philip South. I know when we go back to our romping ground, because that is a place that I have occupied for three times thus far, or twice in your support. And I've been chosen all the time. And it is a coincidence now that I'm here. Having spoken about that on 2 occasions, in 2018 and 2022, I'm here now as Minister of Housing. And I feel confident that when we return, whenever that day shall be, my good friend, we will have a lot, not only to say, but we will report progress as a government. And that is what we are about, reporting progress. So, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia, Jamaica, our Caribbean neighbors face similar challenges relating to squatting. We call them informal settlements, the correct name for them. And they have implemented programs similar to us, regularizing these settlements by making land available at peppercorn rental rates. But we are selling. we are selling. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is also in keeping with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Goal number 11, and I will read it. Goal number 11 refers to making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. So it is important for this government to implement projects and programs aimed at ensuring access for all to adequate, safe, and affordable housing, basic services, and upgrading what we call slums, as well as attaining the security of tenure for those persons with title to land. Mr. Speaker, there's some, and I don't get into which ministries are better than which ministries or which are more important. All the ministries allocated by Prime Minister, member for St. Michael North East, are important ministries. I just spoke about housing. He spoke about water. We spoke about home affairs. The importance of having water to address some of these challenges, such as fires. Important ministry. You could picture, member for Christchurch East, if your acting chief and his team did not respond, you could picture what a catastrophe we would have in Paris Gap, Westbury Road. So don't come telling me that this ministry is more important than the next ministry. Because what we have done, Prime Minister Motley has assessed and she is allocated based on the need for development in this country to address both local and international affairs. But Mr. Speaker, the international human rights laws recognizes everyone's right to an adequate standard of living, including adequate housing. And adequate housing, Mr. Speaker, was recognized as part of the right to an adequate standard of living in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and later in the 1966 International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Housing is critical. Poor housing is associated with ill health and social decay in any country. Poor housing, and I often say, is associated with ill health and social decay. The lack of proper housing, Mr. Speaker, results in overcrowding, which lead to slums and health and environmental issues. Mr. Speaker, the lack of proper housing results in social and economic issues, Mr. Speaker, including conflict and negative and deviant behavior and crime. And most importantly, for me, the breakdown of the family structure. Because when you have poor housing, member for St. James South, 15 and 16, I went to the Pine, member for St. Michael Southeast. You knew I don't go to the Pine unless I call you. I don't go in the body house unless I call them. I told you I was going to the Pine. And I saw, I won't say where, 12 persons living in a house, 2-bedroom house. I know the challenges you have, member for St. Michael Southeast. And that is why I don't want to deviate, but I will say this to you. The environmental impact assessment study has started for Lower Burney, and hopefully by the end of January, we want to finish it. I am pushing to have that done because I know how important that is to you. And the reason why I went there, because the breakdown of the family structure occurs and crime occurs when you have poor housing. And the Prime Minister often says, she says, When a person don't have anywhere to sleep, or you have to compete with when you sleep, and what time you have to wake up to let your cousin or your sister or brother sleep, the boys unfortunately gravitate to the block. And that is why I am happy that the Ministry of Youth, they're focusing on turning the blocks into not only places to learn, but places that you can access certain resources and you can learn a skill. So the Blockpreneurship program that we started years ago is an excellent program, because that is where you can find the majority of the boys. The phrase boys on the block, they have some girls too, but unfortunately, that's where the boys gravitate. And that's where you get the deviant behavior. I'm not saying, don't get me wrong in here, saying that all blocks have deviant behavior. I grew up on a block called Dry Lake, which is like 100 yards from my house in Allerton, my parents' house, my parents' home. It wasn't a house, it's a home. Christian home. But I journeyed to Dry Lake on evenings when I came from the school, from large school and from Allerton Primary. And we sat down and we had meaningful conversations. We cooked. Any of you ever had dove soup yet? With dove soup? We had with dove soup in the summer. That was the fun. We weren't about guns and knives. A fight would have been with a big rock or a slap or a cuff. Remember from St. Michael Central, I know you had those days. West Central, sorry. West Central, you had those days too. Central also. Where we gather on blocks. You know, but I know the member for Christchurch, West Central, will have a different say on that now, because he will speak biodiversity. But in those days, we didn't know anything of that sort. And we wanted to eat a meal. Remember for St. Thomas? We wanted to eat a meal there. We didn't know anything about biodiversity. We wanted to eat a good with dove soup with a bright fruit in it. That's why the member for St. Thomas looks so good. But yes, and there are a number of benefits to be derived from ensuring that citizens are provided with adequate housing and affordable housing. When you have good living conditions, it builds self-esteem, number one. It builds self-esteem. You feel good about where you're from, member for Christchurch, you know? When you have good housing, you feel good. Build good self-esteem among citizens and residents. And that is what we, as a government, we're aiming to give every single citizen the opportunity to own a home. And I heard the member today, when we were having lunch, he told me about the Hurricane Elsa houses that are being built up by him. And he applauded the ministry, National Housing Corporation, because we don't have all bad contractors, but he recognized that within his jurisdiction of Christchurch East, there was some good work occurring. And I know that family member for Christchurch East, they're happy to see that they have a home after the devastation of Hurricane Elsa and the freak storm that they can return to, that is comfortable. I know their self-esteem is now in the sky. When you improve the standard of living for all, this supports an environment for good education, member for St. Philip West. When you go home, pray tell me, and you don't have electricity, member for St. Philip West, how you expect that these students can do any homework? We don't expect that. I have seen, since coming to public life, my constituency office in St. George was used as a hub for Wi-Fi connection, whereby the kids, students, go to Bledman Road on Mount Hill, and I can say, without a shadow of a doubt, on evenings when I go to do my clinic in my old office, the kids line off and they refer to me as Dwight. That's my name. And they're getting the Wi-Fi and they're doing their homework. But if they had that in their home, they won't come there. I never denied them. And I know we spoke about this several times, and all 30 of us provide Wi-Fi access for the young children that they can come and surf the net and sit down and do research. That's what we need in the homes of these children. Good education is associated with good housing. Decreasing social, health, and environmental issues in housing estates, especially those overcrowded ones. So these are some of the benefits: social upliftment and empowerment to all. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just not a resolution of the state acquiring 4 acres of land to regularize 32 structures. There's a broader policy purpose that we're executing as I stand on my feet and as the member for St. Philip South will speak, because he knows that section and that village more intimately than I do. But Mr. Speaker, our promise to empower Barbadians, in 2022, we announced a housing revolution to build 10,000 houses over a 5-year period. And let me say to you, persons, again, the naysayers would laugh at it, but put it in context. We have 18,000 or more housing applications at National Housing. 18,000. 18,000. And we're supposed to be building 10,000 houses in a 5-year period. Do the math. There's still a deficit. So like I say to the public all the time, and I said when we opened Alleyne's Court just a month ago, where we built 20 units, 5 quads, only 20 persons. Governments, successive governments, including my previous government too, we were tinkering with housing in this country. And I can tell you some of the reasons why. The Housing Neighborhood Upgrade Program, HNUP program, is a clear example of how we got funds from IDB. I think it was in the tune of $80 million, $60 million to address informal settlements, Greenfield, Cat's Castle, and Allen View by the member, and Garden Land, Allen View by the member for St. Thomas. And guess what happened there? Nothing happened, you know. That's why when I stand in this chamber, it is not arrogance. Will never be. But it is to tell the people of this country that what we are going through now, past administrations fumbled, messed up, and we're back here again. Greenfield. We had $60 million to address the challenges in Greenfield, the overcrowding in Greenfield. And I ain't going anywhere with this because I can't associate the two. And I'm not going to say that, so let me leave that out. But we had $60 million to address these issues under the Housing Neighborhood Upgrade Program. 2 ministers, they had their fanfare, they spent money launching it. Former Minister of Housing, you all know who he is. probably one of the most famous ministers of housing for not executing. And then the former member for Christchurch West Central. They had their big opening, their launch. And 3/4 of the funding went back to IADB. And we are here now, conducting the survey for Greenfield again, after more than 10 years in the wilderness, to provide resilient and affordable housing for the residents. And why I have gone there? Because we have started the process. Solaris Court, that is being built on White Park Road, that's on the eastern side of White Park Road, 16 units. And thank you, member for Christchurch West. He saw the vision to utilize those 16 units to house persons from Greenfield while we move into Greenfield and we demolish and we address the challenges. Member for Christchurch East, a fire truck can't access certain areas of Greenfield. And I say that here, not proudly, but I say that with a bit of, I wouldn't say shame, but the fact that we've now 10 years after seeking to address these issues and knowing what happened in Paris Gap, in Westbury Road, fire truck can't access certain parts of Greenfield. I thought Greenfield was a member for the city some months ago. And that is why the government will accept the offer by the landowner so we can develop that land as we seek to move out, address, move back in, move out, address. That's the process. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just briefly, because I don't want to detain you much longer, list a few of the other areas that we have regularized informal settlements. Work Hall is not the first. Bath and St. John, 38 individuals who were previously squatters, we are regularized. And to date, 10 residents have purchased their lots. And we are working on that to have all other 28 persons have their lots at peppercorn rates. That's Bath and St. John. I mentioned the Greenfield upgrade project. Some of the owners of lands in Greenfield have offered the land to the government. And we know this is a densely populated settlement. And we are hoping to regularize this, to give the residents of Greenfield. Some persons from Greenfield will tell you they are going to live nowhere else but Greenfield. And we know how the urban corridor is, Mr. Speaker. Persons love where they grew up, and they take pride in knowing, despite what people may say about Greenfield. I spoke to a former journalist in this country who is part of the team doing the social survey in Greenfield. And he was proud to say, I am from Greenfield, and Greenfield is not a bad place. So we take pride in knowing, I am happy to say to people, I'm from Ellerton and St. George. And if I had to live my life all over again, I would want to return to Ellerton as a little boy and engage in some of the activities that I engaged in. It prepared me for life. In the church, Sunday school 3 and 4 times on Sundays, from Ellerton Wesleyan to the Ellerton Gospel Hall in the Farm Road Church with my grandparents, and coming up with a value system that I would say is next to none. Because the church, those are the values that we carry through life. And I will want to return as a little boy there again, to go back to Sunday school with my Sunday school teachers in those 3 churches. My grandfather was the co-founder of Ellerton Gospel Hall, but Ellerton Wesleyan was directly in front of my parents' house. So I am a Wesleyan. But then I journeyed with my grandmother on Sunday night, who was the evangelist Sutherland at Farm Road Pentecostal Church. So I am well churched. I am well valued. And I take pride in saying that. I know the member for St. Philip West, when I happened to be there, your departed grandmother, I always remember that day, the words you spoke in your upbringing. I don't ever forget it. Because that is how not only country people, but people generally who came up and had a value system next to none with those older folks. That's how we relate. And I related to everything you said there. Felt like me coming up with my grandmother. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not here, though, to discuss Dwight Sutherland and his upbringing. I'm here to address informal settlements and to let people know that not only did we do Bath, but member for St. Philip West, Searles to 6th Road Improvement Project. I have that here. I ain't forget you. When we built that road from Searles to 6th Road, where government was required to relocate residents to facilitate infrastructure development, we went there. We went there. There are 8 to 9 households from Fairview, Woodbourne, and they were moved to Leadville in St. Philip. The good news is that we're soon at the end. We're soon at the end, member for Christchurch West. St. Philip West, sorry. We're soon at the end. And I made sure that I mentioned this because to tell the residents, bear with us, we will be there. My good friend for St. Lucie, I spoke to you this morning and I told you that that area close to River Bay, what's the name of it? River Bay, yes. How many residents there are? 15. Tell the residents of River Bay, if they're listening to me, we are on a drive to empower working class people in this country and to give them ownership and affordable access to housing. And we have to regularize, same way Leadville, we are regularizing River Bay for those 15 residents. And I promise you your Christmas gift. I promise you that this morning. And Mr. Speaker, while Rock Hall was debated in this chamber, we cannot at all throw cold water on it. I want to thank the member for Christchurch East for supporting me wholeheartedly when we journeyed there. I wanted you to thank your staff of the prison, your senior staff of the prison, for recognizing that this is an important project for regularizing and informal settlements of 222 families. I want to thank you, the member for Christchurch West as well. This government is working, and if people say this government is not working, something is wrong. In every area, I can point to someone in here who have supported the various ministries, whether it is my ministry, it is the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and I spoke to the member for St. Michael's South Central, and I have to do some stuff for her as well. And I can't forget her. And she knows that very well. Her people in the Pine Basin, close to the Pine Basin, will be happy shortly before the end of this financial year. I commit to doing it. My people will do it. And your good friend from St. Michael, from Christchurch West, is stopping with you. And he has been on my case for you. That's a friend. And we came to office, and look what a wonderful team we are. We made friends, and we do things for each other with a view to empowering the people of this country, working class people. So, Mr. Speaker, while the Dodslands North Concordia Gardens are earmarked to recite residents from Rock Hall, and we have started that process, because 7 households have been relocated from Rock Hall to Carpenter's Glade. 1 has gone to Leadville, and 3 have been allocated homes at the same location, Leadville, and we have built 26 houses at Parshland and St. Philip and Leadville for residents from Rock Hall. The process, one would say within 5 years, we could have done more, but we had a lot of challenges. And I don't want to find any excuses, but when you have 1,500 houses to rebuild, with scarce resources, and we discussed the debate, the debt clause, member for Christchurch, essential, we could not have done everything. We could not have done everything, and that's why this debate is so relevant to what we did earlier today. Because here it is, we persons could say we should have moved those 222 households from Rock Hall. With what money? We started, COVID came, we had to stop. One of the first things we did, the Minister of Housing, who has now retired from elective politics, my very good friend, George Walton Payne, he brought that paper to Cabinet to regularize Rock Hall settlement. And thereafter, member for St. Philip South, you were so happy, but then what happened? COVID came, freak storm came, and resources had to be diverted. My star, member for Christchurch, Essential, had we had this debt clause before then, we would have been sailing, you know? We would have been sailing because we would have freed up some funding, some liquidity to address these issues. And that's what we discussed this morning. White Hill to Farmers relocation. You know, the member for St. Andrew, I must say, a young MP, but he calls my phone nearly every week. And I must say to the people of St. Andrew, your MP has your best interests at heart. White Hill to Farmers relocation. The residents from White Hill originally started out in 2009, where we had some 22 households identified, and it dropped to 19. And we relocated the 19. To date, Mr. Speaker, 14 of the 19 have been relocated, 14 of the 19 households have been relocated and recited to farmers at a cost of $1.7 million. In addition, we have started 2 houses, and we have awarded contract for 2 others. So that's 18. And 1 household received a relocation grant of $30,000, but have not yet finished the relocation. So the 19 have progress. But Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources requested the Ministry of Housing to urgently relocate 2 other households. That is being done. And the request was made because the 2 households were in the current path of the rehabilitation works being carried out by the Complant project under the Scotland District Road Rehabilitation Project. And that's unfortunate, but they're being taken care of. We have to address the slippage, and we have provided housing for those persons. 13 of those households have so far been identified for relocation under this project, the Scotland District Rehabilitation Project. And we're currently in the process of identifying lands for future housing development for those to be relocated under the Complant project. So, Mr. Speaker, we are addressing actively the issues with settlements and the need to give people security of tenure. Murphy's Pasture redevelopment project being undertaken by the Urban Development Commission. They're in the process of relocating 7 residents of Murphy's Pasture in an area located in Chapman Lane, the city. And they have identified the Jorvilla hardwood houses to be utilized. And this project has started. This moves me now to speak on the last area, National Housing Corporation. Under the free transfer of tenantry program, we have some 3,000, and I heard the project coordinator for National Housing in an excellent interview. He spoke about transferring a title for these people. And he have given the commitment to those of you with housing units. Thus far, of the 3,072 it is, or 42, only 400 plus have been given title. But we have committed as a government that by mid-2024, all 3,000 plus persons who have qualified for the transfer, under the transfer of tenantries program, would be given title. And what that does, they can leverage that asset to help their children go to university. And we have persons who have satisfied the requirements. And soon to be the acting Attorney General member for Christchurch East, we will bring to Parliament, through an act of Parliament, to have this fast track so we can give persons their title and have these tenantries and units transferred in a very seamless and uncumbersome way so that we can empower families and give them the right to own a piece of this rock and leverage that asset to develop their families and their children. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go into the housing program, only to say that the housing program is well on its way. We have a number of locations earmarked for development. We have started in Sergeant's Village in Christchurch, member for Christchurch West, Pool in St. John. The member for St. Lucie told me today that Coconut Hall in St. Lucie is looking in immaculate shape. Clifton in St. Philip, Concordia North, Dulles, thank you again, member for Christchurch East. Pleasant Hall in St. Peter. Ginger Works in Branchbury will be vested in national housing within the next week. Shorey Village in St. Andrew, Vaucluse in St. Thomas, Allen View. These are areas that have identified and have been acquired. Drexel, Hope, and Jump in St. George, Fairview in St. George, Cottage in St. George. We now have to acquire these. And joint venture partnerships are well underway. Places like Brighton in St. George, Atlantic Breeze in Christchurch. And we have some 700 acres allocated to national housing for joint venture arrangements. I'm not going to go too deep into the housing program, but to say to my good friend and colleague from St. Michael South, as I conclude, we have done this together. And your people and your friends from St. Philip South will be happy not only with Rock Hall, but with Work Hall. And I look forward to the day when you and I will hold hand in hand in that good part of St. Philip that we enjoy, to say to the people, well done, thy good and faithful servants, on your behalf. So, Mr. Speaker, what I have done as Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, I now support the introduction of this resolution into Parliament pertaining to the acquisition of 7 parcels of land at Work Hall, St. Philip, at measuring 16,172.2 square meters, known as 4 acres, for the public purpose of regularizing a squatters' housing area. The Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, has certified this resolution as being in order for consideration by this honorable chamber. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg that this resolution now pass.
Honourable Member St. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to make very brief comments in relation to these areas that the Honourable Minister has identified. I really wish to say how happy I am that the residents of those various communities will be able to have their house spots and have the amenities and everything else that will make their lives comfortable. I must tell you, sir, that I had been to Rock Hall in St. Philip, where the persons were squatting. The Honourable Member for St. Philip West, the Honourable Member for St. Peter, and myself at that time, we visited, and we saw the very dire need of persons in those communities in Rock Hall, St. Philip, to have a relocation because of the conditions under which they were living. When you saw what they had been digging to make pits for toilets, and you could see all the bottles and the plastic and so less than 3 feet in the earth, I understood that they're human beings, whether they were Barbadians or not. They should still have a better quality life. So I'm happy to know the relocation is happening for them as well as other persons across the island. But in my brief comment, I will want to refer to the Honourable Minister's comments at first in relation to the Housing Neighbourhood Upgrade Project that the former Minister for the city, now retired Dame Billy Miller, she had negotiated the funding for those 3 areas in Bridgetown and then included Allen View, acknowledging that Allen View in St. Thomas is where the Caves of Barbados is, Harrison's Cave, now managed by Chaka, and that the residents of Allen View who own the land in Allen View could not develop. And I was an integral part of the preparation of the legislation then under the former late Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Peter at that time, because that legislation, it was put in place so that persons will not go to build without having town planning permission, acknowledging that the 8th wonder of the world, Harrison's Cave, would have been impacted upon. And efforts were made to relocate those persons who were rearing animals. There were restrictions to do with persons rearing pigs and doing certain aspects of agriculture and so on, because it impacted on the stalagmites and the stalactites. And that one lady was moved to St. Lucie, and she's happily living and working there, operating her farm. So from there, nobody in Allen View was given permission by town planning to develop the houses or to expand or to build any new houses, and it is understood and the residents have accepted it. But what bothers me most is that the legislation is in place, and a lot of persons in their lives and their livelihoods have been stymied as a result of what has happened. And I know that the legislation means well, but we in St. Thomas are suffering in a way that is beyond any understanding that I have, because that housing neighborhood upgrade project that was signed on behalf of Barbados when the government changed in 2008, and the Honourable Member for St. John, now deceased, as Prime Minister, he went up and he signed the document a few months after the government was changed. Allen View was included, the Honourable Member for St. George South, he mentioned it, with places such as the Garden Land, Cap's Castle, Greenfields, and there were the urban communities to benefit by that $30 million US, while Allen View was the only rural location included. And the reason why Allen View was included is because the houses that were in existence already, that were already established, they needed some adjustments. And there was a plan for a sewage system to be installed so that the pit toilets would not, the liquids and so on, the waste from the pit toilet, should I say, would not be percolating and going through to impact on the stalagmites and the stalactites, because they had seen a small percentage of that, and that was the reason why the young lady, Ms. Eversley, was moved and taken down to St. Lucie. During that period, sir, in the change of the government, Absolutely nobody in that Democratic Labour Party government paid attention despite the numerous requests. And of course, despite of the findings that had taken place that indicated that the Allen View, persons living in Allen View that were not properly sewered, the waste would impact on the stalagmites and the stalactites, which are the beauty of Harrison's Cave. And unfortunately, the years went by, no sewage plant was put in place and it was a $5 million amount for those residents. In order for them to remain living in Allen View, the sewage plant had to be put in place. So they were all ignored, unfortunately. And Allen View was one of the biggest set of supporters of the government of that time. I am saddened, sir, because to this day, persons in Allen View's lives are on pause. They cannot build on the house spots that they own. They cannot expand their houses because town planning will not give the permission, and that is understood because we don't want any heavy weight as well on the cave. We don't want any catastrophe, as we know has taken place in another section of the country. Thankfully, the cabinet had agreed that house spots that were at 40 acres were to have persons from Allen View relocated. They will still be in St. Thomas. They will still be near families, but of course, they will not have to bother about any sewage system because they'll be able to build their waterborne facilities there in the housing. Unfortunately, there are still about 12 households in Allen View that have pit toilets. So we do not know what the future may bring to impact on the cave in any other way, and we really would not like that eighth wonder of the world to be impacted. It is one of our biggest tourism projects, as you, sir, and everybody else is aware. All is needed for the 48 or 40, there are over 40 house spots in 40 acre. For those persons who own the land but cannot build in Allen View to be relocated. Sir, this is almost 5 years that a request has been made, or requests have been made with different ministers for the road in 40 acre to be installed so that the residents of Allen View can relocate it. As I said, they will be less than 5 minutes away from the rest of their families in Allen View. And I must tell you, Allen View is one of the most closely knit communities when it comes to families in Barbados. And the families don't mind moving, but they need the amenities and the road needs to be installed. And therefore, I am calling on my government to please assist the folks of Allen View in improving the quality of their lives and to minimize any challenge that may develop as a result of any sewage percolating into the eighth wonder of the world. I am happy that other residents across Barbados are getting security of tenure, they're getting their houses upgraded, or they're getting new houses constructed. Because every Barbadian deserves the best that can be offered to them when it comes to quality living. When I was born many years ago, so more than 7 decades ago, Barbadians were living in very poor conditions, but we were clean. We made sure that our yards were swept, even if we had to use a coconut broom or cuscus grass broom or whatever. But we didn't have the amenities such as the waterborne toilets or kitchens or whatever. But we have come a long way as a people, and I'm happy that successive governments has made it their business to improve the quality of living in our various communities across the country. I want the people of St. Thomas to get the same benefits that others are getting. And I'm happy that the folks in St. Philip and the other communities are going to be given opportunities that they can improve the quality of their lives, and not only their own lives, but the lives of their generations to come, because amenities are important. We too in St. Thomas were like a natural gas. That is not happening for us as well, although there were requests made. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, when the Rock Hall Road in St. Thomas was built, it's not Rock Hall, sir. It is Melrose, that road that leads over to Cosules. The natural gas pipes were installed so that when the natural gas reached St. Thomas, the folks in there will get natural gas. Every day they're asking, King Garden folks are asking, and we can understand that because it is cheaper for the natural gas to be used than electricity or even any other walking with a big gas cylinder that sometimes you can't even access them depending on what is happening with the companies. So I'm saying, yes, we need the amenities in the parish as well. And I have to speak for the people of St. Thomas because we are in dire need of many, many of the resources that others are having. So I'm happy for the St. Philip folk that are getting their roads fixed, they're able to access spots, pay for them, and so on and so forth. I'm happy for those in St. George, whether it be St. George South or St. George North or St. Andrew or wherever. But I want for us in the heart of Barbados to be able to access those amenities that others are having, because I've made requests over and over again. When we were in opposition, requests were made for properties to be acquired to use the land that runs along with Bridgefield Pavilion to take us into Whitehall Village. Today, Mr. Speaker, sir, if breadfruit trees were planted there, plum trees or any other fruit trees, we'll be able to reap so many more fruits that people could use. The trees are that tall, fiddlewood trees and all kinds of other trees, and the place is so unsightly and so dangerous, and it could have been acquired by my government or the other government that was before us. I am really very concerned as to what is happening in the parish in that respect, stretching from where the housing neighborhood part in 2008 and the people of St. Thomas, in particular, the people in Allenview, were ignored. And therefore, I want to say how happy I am that government is making sure that facilitation is given to people across the length of Barbados. I want the same services for the parish that I have had the privilege, sir, to represent for the past 22 years as a member of parliament and a senator for 8 years before that. So, sir, you're talking 30 years. I cannot be out in the wilderness now. This is our government, the people of Barbados' government, not the Labour Party's government. And therefore, I am expecting to get the same benefits as others. I have requested, sir, on behalf of the people of St. Thomas, lands at forgive me, sir, because I become very impassioned about what I'm saying. Over in Spring Farm, called King's Land, could hold about 20 house spots. Today, nothing has happened, and that is when the then Honourable member for St. James South, now Senator Thompson, would have been the Minister of Housing, sir. That never came to be materializing. And therefore, the land is still letting fallow. Some guys have now put up little shops and different little things there, and I want them to get some help from the Rural Development Commission to be able to expand their little businesses. I don't know if they're legal because King's Land is still there. The same thing happened in the village of Whitehall. I want, sir, to commend the government for the various efforts of empowering Barbadians to get better quality lives through housing and being able for the Ministry of Housing to build housing units and all that, to expand it. But I want the same services that are being offered to the people across the length of Barbados for the residents of St. Thomas who have been faithful to the end to every government, but more particularly the Barbados Labour Party. We are people too, and we need to get the services, Mr. Speaker, sir, so that our roads can be fixed, we can get the natural gas, we can get the housing solutions, we can get our pavilions upgraded. Just about everything is needed. I expect the government that I'm a part of to be able to reach out and at least give me things incrementally, because I get very jealous when I go around and I see all the different things that are happening, and we in St. Thomas, because we're faithful, we are suffering by the minute for housing. I heard the Honourable Minister speak about Vaucluse. I just want to know where in Vaucluse, because I felt that I should have been at least given the courtesy of knowing, because I want housing for our people too. There's no point in registering now at the National Housing Corporation. We know of the large numbers, although I feel that some of those large numbers at National Housing, people have already, over the last 10 or 15 or even 20 years, been able to access their or acquire their own properties, but their names still remain on the list, so the list really needs to be cleaned up. And when they get housing units, That will help because not everybody can pay for a house or access a mortgage or a loan or will have the kind of funding that they can pay for a house. So I am waiting to see what will happen at Vaucluse because the people of St. Thomas need to be empowered and have their own spaces as well, that they can live in peace and serenity as most people in St. Thomas have been over the many, many years. I commend the Honourable Minister for identifying other parishes where houses will be done to facilitate people, whether it be rent to own or whether it be for the ownership or the sale of land. But we in that parish, at the heart of Barbados, we too want to be recognized. And wherever possible, and this government can be able to get back to Allen View, that the people are still living there with the challenges, at least to have the sewage system put in place to make sure that the longevity of the cave, if I can call it that, that can be preserved because the cave will go on for many, many centuries once those important aspects of it with the stalagmites and the stalactites are not impacted upon. If they are, then you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there will be no longer anybody wanting to come to visit to see discolored stalagmites and stalactites and all such. So, Honourable Minister, I commended him and his team, but I want them at the National Housing Corporation and the Ministry of Housing and Lands to remember that the people of St. Thomas are people too. And I should not have to come here, Mr. Speaker, sir, to ask for one road to be developed to transfer a few persons who own land but cannot build because of the legislative restrictions to be able to move down to 40 acre that they too can carry on with their lives because they never can tell. The houses are falling apart. You can't build heavy wall houses because of the structure. You don't want to compromise anybody's life or health. But I want, sir, in my final comments to say, I need to get the housing done as well as the roads and all the other amenities that are required because we in St. Thomas want to continue to be a cohesive set of people, productive as ever, because we want to build a safe and special Barbados where, like other people across this island, they too are enjoying the benefits of this government that has been extremely responsible in ensuring that poor people get the opportunity to improve their lives, ensuring that schools are built, ensuring that roads are fixed or roads are built, that bridges are upgraded, that everything else is happening because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is one people, one Barbados, of which the people of St. Thomas are also as special. I thank you, sir, for the privilege.
Honourable Member for St. Philip South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this resolution for the acquisition of land at Work Hall in St. Philip, a place near Kiki Alley and Ruby Tenantry for the good people of St. Philip South in Work Hall. Mr. Speaker, I first want to thank the Honourable Member for St. George South, the Minister of Housing and Land and Maintenance, for seeing us through to this point, given the fact that this is a process that started back in 2018-19 when we had a major flood event in that area. And the Prime Minister and a team, including myself, took a visit to the area. And it was at that point in time that the commitment was made to make sure we can regularize the living conditions of the people in Work Hall. Mr. Speaker, I know it's very easy to mix up the two, Work Hall and Rock Hall, sounding almost familiar, but I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, that whilst it is true that we have to do right by everybody, it is perhaps a little more special for me, for the people at Work Hall, and I'll explain this. Mr. Speaker, 90% of the people in Work Hall, or good 99% of the people, are all Barbadian poor people. That's the first thing. Work Hall is a tenantry coming out of tenantry life, where at the time under the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act, the owners of that land would have acquired some of them didn't, so they didn't take advantage of the opportunity. And those lands, invariably, people who were born there in families. So I own a piece of land here, the next piece is vacant, but nobody understands the ownership. So that family member builds next door, and it went on and on and on and on and on. This is not a case of people deliberately coming into an area, being fooled about the land, being sold land fraudulently or anything like that. So this is an entire community, a village that really developed in Work Hall, into Ruby Tenantry, all the way up to Kiki Alley. Mr. Speaker, what I'm really proud of, and I'm extremely proud of this government of which I am a part, that we can reach the point now where those people can actually own the land they're on at a cost. There are people looking just like you and I, Mr. Speaker. And I have said over and over, and I will continue to say, because there's certain things in this country that we must say. We have had, prior to me, 5 other elected members of Parliament who represented St. Philip South. It is true that all 5 are now in the same bosom of the Democratic Labour Party, even though that ought not to have been, but it is, because that's what life is. And this is how people behave. And they masquerade and pretend that they care about poor people. They only care about themselves. They care about how they can induce you to vote for them so they can get to come here and sit down and talk big and pretend that they care, when the truth and the fact is only self-serving. But Mr. Speaker, I have come against a wide range of criticism for wanting to help the people at Work Hall, including threats to take the matter to court, sir. Including threats to go down there and tell the people that I am lying to them and that this will never happen, sir. And in as much, sir, as I took the then Minister of Housing, Senior Minister for MP for Christchurch West, to speak to the people over there, would you imagine that they still went down there and said to the people, I was lying to them. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, we do not lie in Parliament. And this is the perfect place to set the records right, sir. And that is why I'm thankful to the Honourable Member for St. George South for helping us get this right. Now, I want people to judge for themselves, because in this country, you must know who genuinely care about you and your well-being. It's not so much about what people say. You can say anything, but it's more about what you deliver. Is how much of what you say you can do within a realistic time. And I acknowledge that this took a while. But what you cannot change is what has happened here this afternoon. That this resolution will now be passed in this honorable chamber, and the people at Work Hall will have the opportunity to own the land that they grow up on and get children. That is what is important, sir. This is not so much a debate about how popular you can become, because that is not my mission. My mission has always been, how can I help those that cannot help themselves? Because I was born in the depths of poverty. Anybody that knows me knows very well that I grew up in Church Village. The Honourable Member for St. George South calls it Clifton, but it's really Cliff Den. We grew up in the den. So if I understand struggle and I understand poverty, sir, how can I now leave people who are living in poverty behind? It just won't be right, sir. My mind, my heart, and my head couldn't connect with that, sir. So therefore, I am pleased to note that this has happened. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. There was a time in this country when only certain people had the right to vote. There was a time in this country, sir, when you had to have a certain amount of wealth in order to elect a government to run this country, sir. Sir, out of the work done by the late Right Excellent Grantley Herbert Adams, providing education for ordinary people like ourselves, sir. And as I said this morning, it was made universal or continued by the Right Excellent Earl Walton Barrow. But you cannot get away from where this movement started for black people, ordinary people, who were born in the depths of poverty in villages and tenantries, run-off plantation lands, sir, to find somewhere to put a house. That's why it was called a chattel house, because when you were moved from here, you were chased. If you're no longer working for massa, you had to find somewhere else to go, sir. And that is what created most of these settlements, Mr. Speaker, sir. And if it took all of these years now for a government to come along and say it is not right, we're going to fix it, then I think this is a government of the people and a government that is prepared to do well by the people, and I'm happy to be a part of it. And I'm saying this, sir, because this country, Barbados, is taking on a narrative not in the interest of all of us, you know. This country, Barbados, is taking on a narrative for people who are running this country to turn against the people who are running the country. And I don't know if you understand what I just said. They're asking you to turn against yourself. That is what is happening, regardless of which party you're from. Whether you're a hawk or a dove, you're still a bird. So that if, Mr. Speaker, regardless of which political party, look at your skin, look at where you came from, look at who is running Barbados. It is us, poor people, children, who got an education and determined that it is no longer about wealth, but the right to vote, sir. And that is also what the Right Excellent Grantley Adams did for us with adult suffrage. And for us to now come and attempt to reverse all that we have achieved in the name of accusing people of corruption, same people as yourself, from the same struggle, sir, that you want in the name of politics to say that people should remain poor and use a pit toilet because your political agenda is to say that we are doing something wrong for those people, sir. To say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that a person that works for $750 every other week cannot get a roof overhead or a chance to purchase a piece of land that they're already living on, sir. And I can go on and on and on. But the point that I want to make here is that when you're done, turn off black people, children, poor people, children, from getting into elective politics, you're going right back to those people who can afford to do it, who have the wherewithal, don't need no support, and then, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, the control of Parliament, the running of this country will go back just as it was before adult suffrage. I hope I'm understood, because this is a very significant point, sir. And it's critical for us to note what we are doing to ourselves. How can someone interested in coming in this chamber to represent people choose to tell the same people lies in order to come here? Now, if you're doing that and you're not here, what will happen when you get here and come across a challenge, like a COVID pandemic, for example? What would happen if you come here, sir, and come across a challenge like Rock Hall? What would happen if you come here and come across a challenge like Work Hall or like the Honourable Member for St. Thomas just said about St. Thomas? Mr. Speaker, are you surprised, sir, about the period between 2008 and 2018, sir? And I have not heard one single Barbadian said yet that they want to return to that government, you know. I hear they want us to be critiqued. I hear that they want to be sure that what we are saying somebody else can explain because they don't want you to judge or critique yourself. I heard all of this saying, I wish somebody could tell me what this is all about because I can't figure it out myself. And I get all of that. But what I do not get is the perfidious approach to elective politics. I don't get it, sir, and maybe I am getting too old because I do not understand how you can do that to people when you look in the mirror, they look just like you. That is my point. That is how I feel because I know when I grew up in Clifton, we had no running water. We had no electricity. There was no telephone, sir. We didn't have proper roads. So when it rained, we walked through dirt to go to school. We walked through pools of water. Sometimes we had to stay home because we couldn't come out, sir. We, all of us, majority of us in here, went through the same struggle. And where are we now? We are in this honorable chamber running a country, sir. And I do not think that is fair that we should turn our own people against us by allowing them to believe that what we are doing is going to be detrimental to their future. They did it with Rock Hall. I expect them to come and do it with Work Hall now. And all of these settlements that develop out of poor people coming off the plantation, not having money, born right side of a spot, and put up a little thing. Ain't doing that wrong, sir. Nothing wrong at all. And if you go and check right now, you will find that there are no deeds for a lot of the land that people are living on. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to support this. I want to send a clear message to the people of St. Philip South, but in particular, all Barbadians. Be wary of a wolf in sheep clothing. All that I have said I'm going to do, I have delivered so far. This is yet another one. And that is the defining difference between somebody who's sincere, who care about you, and someone who's in this only for themselves. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable St. George, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the two members who spoke in this debate, this resolution. Member for St. Thomas, and I will comment briefly on the member for St. Thomas. And my good friend, this touched his heart, his soul, and his mind, and his body. Everything it touched. And I want to thank him for being so passionate on behalf of his people, to seeing it to this stage. And hopefully, in a few months, we will see it to the end of land ownership on behalf of the good people of Work Hall. Mr. Speaker, while I stand to wrap up, I support the call of the member for St. Thomas. And indeed, the member for St. Thomas, I won't go any further but to say she has represented St. Thomas excellently. Her contribution nationally has been one that is unquestionable, unwavering support nationally, not only for the constituency of St. Thomas. And I am one who came to public life. My father before me, good friend of the member for St. Thomas, a respectable lady, who have done work across the length and breadth of this country. And when you speak about ladies in politics, you cannot call ladies in politics without mentioning our dear Member of Parliament for St. Thomas, Cynthia Whiteford. Should not have done that, Mr. Speaker. But her cry, Mr. Speaker, for support is one that has not fallen on deaf ears. And while Allen View, the land at Allen View has been vested in National Housing Corporation, we await the geotechnical survey from the caves of Barbados. And this is not about throwing anybody under the bus. The focus, therefore, has to be there. And I must say to you that I will place some extra effort between now and the end of this month to meet with caves of Barbados through our minister to ensure that we get this geotechnical survey, which will determine how many persons or if any should be moved, and indeed they should move. But we have the land, and I will commit, Member for Parliament for St. Thomas, the fact that we don't have any ideas to how many persons should be moved, we can't go ahead and start doing any development there. And that is the hole up there. But I rest assured, and I'm hoping that during my tenure as Minister of Housing, we can have this matter resolved. But I support you 100%, because as a parliamentary representative myself, I don't want to say that you couldn't do this to me, because sometimes this is outside of the control of us. And these things happen. And while we don't come to work to offend any members of Parliament, there are certain things that go on day to day, some things that we're not pleased with, and we're human beings. It's not a perfect world. And as I stand here to wrap up, Member of Parliament for St. Thomas, I give you my full commitment that I'll do my effort best to have this matter resolved, because the land at Allen View is already vested in the National Housing Corporation. The only outstanding matter is the 40 acres, is the geotechnical survey, so we know who to move and how to move. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about some other areas of Vaucluse, and I know the member for Christchurch West, he has heard the call. And while they're mainly member for South agricultural land there, we are trying to eke out a small piece of land to see if we can get a housing program, not to destroy the agricultural product or to take away prime agricultural land, but we recognize that there may be opportunity in that area, marginal land, that we can utilize for housing. And certainly, a member for St. Thomas, you will be the first to turn the soil when we are ready and wants a proof. But you're not turning the soil with a fork like certain people did. You have to turn the soil with a backhoe. You have to get in and you have to drive. You have to operate. Just throwing a little fun at the member for St. Thomas. But we are certainly on a drive for affordable housing and to regularize these informal settlements. And I listed, I am not going over, but I listed some. It's not an exhaustive list by no means, but I am confident that the journey to empower, as you said, member for St. Philip, working class people who toil long and hard in those fields to ensure that their children can enjoy a piece of their rock, of this rock, and their children will live in a country that they themselves will see as the best place to live, work, school, and do business. With those words, Mr. Speaker, I beg again that this resolution now pass. I'm obliged to you.
The question is that this resolution do now pass. All those members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 11, sir. In the name of the Honourable Leader of the House, to move the passing of a resolution to seek the concurrence of the Honourable the House of Assembly in the amendment made by the Honourable the Senate to the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2023.
Open business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the passing of a resolution to seek the concurrence of the House, the Honourable House of Assembly, in the amendments made by the Honourable the Senate to the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2023.
Resolution, right? Question that this resolution be now passed. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 21st of November at 10 a.m.
Question is that this House be adjourned until Tuesday, the 21st day of November, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. In meeting, the ayes have it. This Honourable House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 21st day of November, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.